Right, good morning everyone. We seem to be settling on the numbers for now. People will continue to join hopefully also, but we will get on with our day. So yeah, good morning, welcome and thank you for joining us today for Kent Wildlife Trust Nature's Shore Connected End of Project Conference. It's really wonderful to see so many colleagues and friends from within the Wildlife Trust movement here today, together with our local and national partners and stakeholders, many of whom will have directly contributed to the shaping of this project themselves. For those that don't know me, I'm Chloe Edwards. I'm Head of Wilder Landscapes at Kent Wildlife Trust, and I'm really pleased to be supporting our brilliant conservation evidence team today and hopefully ensuring that this event all runs smoothly. Before we go any further, I just want to cover a few housekeeping topics. So first off, as you hopefully will have been notified when you joined, the webinar today is being recorded and we are hoping to share a link with you after the conference is complete. We very much welcome you to revisit the content as and when you would like, and also please do share with any colleagues who can't make it today. We'll be inviting your comments and questions throughout the day. Please use the Q&A function on your Zoom screen. If you think of a question for any of the speakers at any point, just type it in there. I'll be reviewing these and posing them to our speakers during the designated question times in each of the 3 sessions today, and that will be as time permits. Please also feel free to use the chat function for comments, thoughts, or for sharing anything relevant with our speakers and the other delegates. We will be live tweeting the highlights of the conference today on our Kent Wildlife Twitter account. If you choose to tweet about the conference today, please do tag us at Kent Wildlife, and also please do use the hashtag Nature's Shore Connected. Finally, we've got a poll of 4 questions which we'll be launching towards the end of the day to help us evaluate the conference and to contribute to the overall final project evaluation. And we'd be hugely grateful if you could participate in those when the time comes. We've got a fantastic agenda lined up for you today. This morning is broken into 2 sessions focusing on the core themes that the project sought to address, and will be delivered by the project team themselves. We really hope that this will provide you with an overview of the journey that we've been on over the lifetime of the Nature's Shore Connected project. This afternoon, we're delighted to be able to welcome 2 guest speakers from the Centre for Ecology and Hydrology. We have Dr. Francesca Mancini and Dr. Paul Schofield, who have both kindly agreed to share with us their insight and expertise on landscape scale monitoring. So really excited to hear that later. Just as a reminder, we've got a 15-minute coffee break scheduled for 11:15 a.m. and lunch should hopefully be happening at about 1:10. And we've allowed 50 minutes for that, with the afternoon session then kicking off at 2 o'clock. So today is the culmination of 3 years of hard work by our conservation evidence team at Kent Wildlife Trust, enabled by funding from the Heritage Lottery Fund. And I know that we've got a few representatives from HLF joining us today. So welcome, and particular huge thank you to you. The Nature's Shore Connected project sought to address some of the many challenges associated with monitoring landscape scale conservation. The project consulted widely with a community of conservation practitioners to gather expertise and information. It reviewed and analysed existing landscape scale monitoring approaches, generated consensus on priorities and principles, and developed partnerships to design and test sustainable monitoring approaches. All of this informed the development and testing of a monitoring framework and practical approaches to landscape scale monitoring. And I'm hugely pleased today to be able to say that we've published the complete practical framework and guidance for evidencing landscape scale outcomes of landscape scale conservation on our website. And this covers all aspects and outcomes of the project in detail. And we would encourage you to go to our website and download this, share it, and talk to us about it beyond today too. I'll put a link to it in the chat momentarily as well. So without further ado, I'm now going to hand over to Dr. Paul Tinsley Marshall, who is Kent Wildlife Trust Conservation Evidence Manager, and who's going to kick off with an introduction to the Nature's Shore Connected project.
Thank you, Chloe. Good morning, everybody. Thank you very much for coming on today. So Nature's Shore Connected has been running since October 2017 after various extensions, not least due to COVID. We're really pleased to round off the project today by presenting our work. I'd like to start by introducing the project team who will be presenting to you today. So alongside myself, we have Alana Skilbeck, who has been looking after the ecology volunteer side of things. We have Dr. Lawrence Ball and Robbie Still, who have been looking after GIS and remote sensing aspects. It will be us who are presenting to you today, but some of you may also have been aware of or know Alison Riggs and Keely Atkinson, who have been involved in the project. Alison has now moved on to a new role outside of Kent Wildlife Trust, and Keely is unable to join us today, I'm afraid. So Lawrence, Robbie, myself and Alana will be presenting to you today. So what is the challenge of evidencing landscape scale conservation? So landscape scale conservation is the combined contribution of multiple actions on multiple sites and by multiple stakeholders to the resilience of ecological networks. And this ends up with a complex matrix of interventions and policies in space and time. So monitoring the outcomes of this work presents significant challenges to the individuals and organisations involved in delivering it. And we know that monitoring of site scale outcomes is quite well established. Best practice is available and widely adopted. But by comparison, landscape scale monitoring is in its infancy, and the absence of common standards and approaches for this reflect the infancy of landscape scale conservation comparatively and the scale and complexity of the challenge. So the approach we've taken in the project was to try and address these challenges by consulting widely with a community of conservation practitioners to gather expertise and information on the needs from landscape scale monitoring. And we reviewed and analysed existing landscape scale monitoring approaches, generated a consensus on the priorities and principles it needed to address, and developed partnerships to design and test sustainable monitoring approaches. This informed the development and testing of the framework that we have developed and the practical approaches within it. So we developed this practical framework structured around a series of logical steps to inform the creation of monitoring objectives and programs. And this is set out in chapter 3 of our framework document. And it signposts the relevant guidance, outputs, and case studies developed by the project. So why was there a need for this project in the first place? Well, as I said, monitoring site scale outcomes is really well established, and things like the Common Standards Monitoring, Breeding Bird Survey, UK Butterfly Monitoring Scheme, things like this are widely available and commonly adopted. And as I said, the absence of common protocols and standards for landscape scale outcome monitoring reflects the infancy of landscape scale conservation and the scale and complexity of the challenge. In recent years, there have been some new systems developed, particularly within the Wildlife Trust movement. We've had things like wild walks and wild surveys, alongside things like iRecord. And wild surveys, for the Wildlife Trusts in particular, was designed to provide a common framework within the Wildlife Trust movement for systematic recording of temporal trends and responses to wildlife and habitat creation, restoration and management within the sort of living landscape approach that the Wildlife Trusts have to landscape scale conservation and on Wildlife Trust reserves. And while there are lots of really robust and valuable principles behind both wild walks and wild surveys, they haven't really been widely adopted by Wildlife Trusts, and we discuss the reasons why in chapter 2 of our framework. Wild surveys had a very strong focus on Wildlife Trust managed land and site-based monitoring. It didn't offer guidance or functionality to monitor outcomes at a really truly landscape scale, and it focused on outcomes on particular sites rather than on the cumulative outcomes of the multiple interventions that happen throughout landscapes. We felt it was a little bit clunky. It duplicated data storage, processing and analysis flows, and really, there are many kind of open source platforms and things like Recorder 6 and QGIS and things which kind of outperform the functionality within that particular framework. Conservation outcomes are not confined to the sites managed by wildlife trusts or even just to managed sites. Conservation action is not confined to these sites either and is not focused only on the management of sites. It includes also advocacy and the development and influence of policies that influence sites, counties and countries at all spatial scales. So the common goals of landscape scale conservation are a result of a plethora of action far beyond site management, and fit for purpose monitoring must encompass this and detect the resulting cumulative outcomes, while accepting that perhaps causation is more difficult and sometimes might be impossible to prove. So existing landscape scale monitoring approaches and frameworks do have valuable elements. However, we felt that none really offers a comprehensive solution to the needs of the stakeholder community. So this is broadly the approach that we took throughout the project. We started with a consultation of stakeholders to identify the needs, define and prioritize the key themes and questions that the framework might need to consider, to ensure that monitoring could be developed to allow robust hypothesis testing in resource efficient ways. And the learning we gathered through the consultation informed the development of the monitoring framework that we're presenting here. I'll talk a little more about this on the next slide. We next conducted various audits and gap analyses. We reviewed the existing landscape scale monitoring practice. This was informed by the consultation with stakeholders. We conducted various desk-based audits, including subjective comparative analyses of existing approaches and more detailed strengths, weaknesses, opportunities, and threat analyses of existing approaches. And we also conducted audit analysis at key points in the development of each of the approaches that we are presenting and have developed. We then moved on to a phase of development and testing for each key theme that was prioritized by the stakeholders. And as a result of that, we created a range of outputs, including guidance, case studies, a field survey approach, and a review of recent advances in monitoring practice that we'll talk about a little later on. Along the way, we recognize the need to enhance the capacity of ourselves and other organizations to deliver landscape scale monitoring and the opportunities presented by working collaboratively across landscapes. We sought to identify and develop partnership working agreements with organizations to support the development of the approaches in our framework. I'm sure many of you are aware that working in partnership delivers greater resilience to statutory funding changes, the competing interests of and competition for volunteers, and greater access to expertise and shared resources for monitoring. I expect many of you recognize that much of the data relied upon for landscape scale monitoring is collected by an aging volunteer biological recording community, an issue that's widely recognized among conservation practitioners. And new volunteers really must be inspired to take up recording and monitoring to strengthen and provide longer term sustainability in the recording community. So working in partnership provides a mechanism to collaborate strategically to develop joined up approaches, prioritize evidence needs across landscapes and between stakeholders. So the various partnerships that we have developed, we will talk about at the relevant stages in the presentation. That is upcoming. So the stakeholder consultation we conducted consisted of an online questionnaire and 3 workshop sessions. We identified 330 odd stakeholders across both Kent and national scales, and in total 223 people from 103 conservation organisations contributed to the consultation process. It was designed to establish whether or not we had posed the right themes and questions about landscape scale conservation outcomes for the project to consider. It was designed to collaboratively create a prioritised list of the most important themes and questions the stakeholder community thought that the framework should seek to address. To create a list of criteria for selecting landscape scale indicator species, to identify the opportunities and challenges of creating and using a common landscape scale monitoring framework, and to establish the principles of some specific landscape scale monitoring programs using case studies. So the detailed questionnaire you can find in our framework. I've just picked out the response to this one question that we asked. We asked, what are you doing, and essentially, and what are you actually monitoring? Most respondents agreed that the questions we posed were important, but very few were actually answering them through monitoring. Additional questions posed by respondents typically related to the outcomes of specific management techniques rather than landscape scale outcomes of conservation practice. It didn't relate to the aim and scope of the project, but we do discuss this in our framework document. One of the key things the consultation identified was that, as I've said, most organizations were not actually evidencing outcomes of the key themes in landscape scale conservation. So as a result of the workshops, we held 3 in total, 2 in Kent and 1 in London, to provide sort of accessibility to a national conservation community. The main outcomes were that we acknowledge that our shared objectives are a result of the cumulative action, and that we need a common framework to evidence them. It resulted in a prioritized list of key questions that the project should address that were important to all stakeholders, that if answered would demonstrate the success of landscape scale conservation. It increased the awareness of the opportunities and challenges of creating a common monitoring framework and gave us lots of great ideas about how to address them. And we collectively established this list of criteria for selecting landscape scale indicator species and a selection of outline plans that helped us in developing the approaches to answering these key questions. So the approaches that we've developed through the project were based around and tested in 4 defined landscape areas at various spatial scales within Kent. We chose different scales to test the approaches as appropriate. So very broadly, chapter 4 of our framework looks at how much land is managed for wildlife, and that focused on the whole of Kent. Chapter 5 of our framework looks at habitat quality, and that focuses on West Blean and Thorndon Woods, a large woodland reserve near Canterbury. Chapter 6 looks at connectivity, and we focused on the entire extent of chalk grassland within Kent. Chapter 7 looks at biodiversity trends, and here we focused around a farmer cluster in the upper belt catchment in the centre of Kent. And chapter 8 is all about ecosystem function, and again we focused on the whole of Kent.
You're halfway, Paul.
Thank you. So this is broadly a simplified version of our framework, consisting of a series of logical steps. Firstly, we think it's very important to define the landscape scale of the study area, and I'll talk a little bit more about this in the next slide. And we've produced some guidance on this. The next step is about defining the key themes. And then the third step is around articulating the monitoring objective, question, or hypothesis. All too often, monitoring is carried out without really defining or articulating what the question is. And again, the framework details a list of key questions and some guidance on hypothesis testing. The next step is considering what are the attributes that monitoring programs need to have, and I'll talk a little bit more about that in a moment. The next step is about selecting the right indicators and metrics, and again, I'll talk more about our criteria for selecting landscape scale indicator species. And then moving on to identifying the practical approaches, and our framework signposts those that we have developed. So what we've produced is a collaborative effort involving key stakeholders. It's a collection of guidance and case studies and a foundation to build on, but we don't think it's fully comprehensive. It's not designed to meet every conceivable need, and it's certainly not the only solution to the challenge. We really welcome constructive feedback and encourage you to test, adopt, develop the approaches that we're offering, and to form networks to share your experience and learning and further develop best practice in monitoring outcomes of landscape scale conservation. So defining landscape scale parameters is really critical at the outset to ensure that the scope of data collection, analysis, and interpretation are explicit. So we've defined some guiding principles around two broad parameters of any landscape, so scale and extent. And these define the boundary of a focal study area, the scale and extent of which should be the first consideration in any landscape scale monitoring program. So we've researched these principles and designed them to provide practical guidance and to highlight the need to be aware of the limitations and constraints that defining landscape boundaries might place on data analysis and interpretation, and the need to explicitly state these caveats in reporting. So we've come up with this definition that a satisfactorily defined landscape encompasses the scale over which the intended conservation outcomes might be expected to manifest, constrained within the practicalities of resourcing and logistics by an ecologically meaningful spatial extent, such as the extent of a habitat type or landscape area. So what I mean by this is, I'm trying to explain using this example. Many of us deliver conservation in project areas, but if you simply define your study area as a project area, the connectivity, for example, is not constrained within that area. If you look at the example on the screen, connectivity within chalk grassland within this landscape extends beyond the boundary of a defined project area. And so, for example, you may have immigration and emigration around the boundaries of the project area. So we think that wherever possible, defining a study landscape should be kind of constrained by ecologically meaningful rather than arbitrarily defined project boundaries. In practice, it may often be difficult to achieve this, but where this is the case, the scope of data collection and analysis and interpretation must be made explicit. The next step in our framework is around identifying, incorporating attributes, the required attributes of monitoring programs. And here we signpost a really useful paper by that captures a lot of the suggestions that were put forward by stakeholders in the practication phase of the project. So note that these are listed from most elemental to most aspirational. It's not that some are more important. It's not that some are more important than others. It's that some are more fundamental than others. All are valuable, but some are perhaps more fundamental, like I say. So right at the outset, it's really critical to define the key themes and questions and to have standardized methods and protocols. But perhaps things like electronic data capture and reporting change annually are less important at the outset, but really good aspirational things to aim for. One of the most useful and really important things that came out of our consultation process was this set of prioritized list of key landscape scale questions. We accept that the project couldn't do everything, so we did this collaboratively with stakeholders, and we posed various questions and asked the stakeholders to essentially to vote on these. So questions around, is there more land and bigger areas managed for wildlife? Were things like, are there more sites for nature? Is the area of habitat increasing, or is the area of land managed for wildlife increasing? And overall, the question that stakeholders considered most important was this: is the area of land managed for wildlife increasing? Around habitat quality, we posed questions like, is habitat quality improving, or is management practice improving? And again, here, the question stakeholders considered most important was, is habitat quality improving? Around connectivity, we thought it was important to make the distinction between physically connected landscapes, theoretically connected landscapes that you can determine from using modeling approaches, or functionally connected landscapes where you actually gather field data that demonstrates that species really are moving through landscapes. And the one prioritized by the stakeholders was around functional connectivity. The next theme was around biodiversity. We asked what was important. Are there more species in the landscape? Are population sizes increasing? And the one that was considered most important by stakeholders was, are species distributions increasing? And so this is what we focused on. And lastly, ecosystem function. This wasn't a question prioritized in the workshops, but it was one that organizationally we considered very important to answer. And so we developed a fifth approach around ecosystem function and how we might monitor that. And finally, another really useful outcome of the workshops was these criteria for selecting landscape scale indicator species. So I think 37 organizations contributed to this and devised and agreed these criteria for selecting landscape scale indicators. So indicator species has three distinct meanings, really. They are species or groups of species that reflect the biotic or abiotic state of the environment. They can reveal evidence for or the impacts of environmental change. They can indicate the diversity of other species, taxa, or entire communities within an area. But further to these meanings, the criteria developed through the project provide a framework for selecting indicator species that will specifically address questions about landscape scale outcomes of landscape scale conservation. And establishing these criteria, rather than suggesting specific indicator species, addresses some of the points raised by stakeholders around future-proofing monitoring approaches and the risk that by defining specific species, they may in future become too rare or extinct and no longer be useful. So the criteria that we've developed are around things like the dispersal ecology of anything that you choose to use as a metric or an indicator must be really well understood. It must be something that can be reliably identified. It must be something that actually responds to the conservation actions delivered in the landscape. One of the key ones here was that it must be sufficiently common that you can find it, but not so common that it's basically everywhere. It needs to have some degree of habitat specialism, and really needs to be easily understood by policymakers and conservation practitioners. And we go into a lot more detail on this in the framework. And so I think that's it from me for the first section, and I'll now hand back to Chloe.
Thanks, Paul. And apologies, I know your sound was unfortunately drifting in and out with that. We were aware of that problem before we started, but unfortunately we can't figure out why it's occurring to rectify it. So I think on your next bit, Paul, just make sure you're talking as loud as possible. Though when we can hear you, it is very loud on my computer at least. But yes, the challenges of delivering this over Zoom that we are trying to overcome. Brilliant. So next up, we've got Lawrence Ball, Dr. Lawrence Ball, who is one of our GIS and data officers at Kent Wildlife Trust, who is going to talk in more detail around the first theme, that is more.
Yeah, thank you, Chloe. So as Chloe has just mentioned, I'm going to talk through the more chapter of the Nature Shore Connected report now. Just make sure this is working. Can everyone see this? Brilliant. Excellent. So increasing the area of land managed for wildlife is inherent in the Lawton principles, more and bigger. Establishing large, coherent, and resilient ecological networks is one of the greatest challenges facing conservationists today. Among the wide range of different types of statutory and non-statutory sites which support wildlife in the UK, Lawton recognised that there are 3 tiers comprising 11 types of sites. So those are Tier 1 sites whose primary purpose is nature conservation and have a high degree of protection, such as SSSIs. Tier 2 sites designated for their high biodiversity value but do not receive full protection, for example, local wildlife sites. And Tier 3 sites were recognised as landscape designations with wildlife conservation as part of their statutory purpose, such as national parks and areas of outstanding natural beauty. So in this chapter, we actually adopted a similar sort of simple tiered metric system to assess both the quantity of area under management and the quality and certainty of conservation management. We know that many wildlife sites are too small and habitat losses are too substantial to halt biodiversity loss. Most semi-natural habitats important for wildlife are insufficiently protected and undermanaged, and connectivity in the landscape in the UK has been degraded or lost, leading to isolated and fragmented sites. One of the most fundamental steps towards restoring ecological networks at the landscape scale is increasing the number and size of these fragmented habitats. An effective mechanism to measure and monitor this is an essential component of evidencing outcomes of landscape scale conservation. So in our project consultations, stakeholders ranked the question, is the area of land managed for wildlife increasing, as the third most important landscape scale outcome to assess. They told us they wanted to see more land managed for wildlife and to have more and better data to assess changes. One important aim is to increase the number of sites managed positively for wildlife. Simply monitoring changes in the number of sites has limited use. For example, one large site may be bigger than 10 small ones and of significantly greater value. Therefore, we posit that the area of land under positive management for wildlife conservation is probably the most useful metric to assess. We discussed with stakeholders an ideal standardized approach to monitoring this metric. So as with most components of this project, the approach followed a 4-point process of stakeholder consultation, audit and gap analysis, development and testing, and generating outputs. During the stakeholder consultation stage, stakeholders prioritized area of land managed for wildlife as a key theme in landscape scale monitoring. They specified a desire to see more land managed for wildlife and a need for more and better data to assess change. They specified the aspirational attributes, challenges, and opportunities of a tool for monitoring the area of land managed for wildlife, which I will talk about in more detail shortly. During the audit and gap analysis stage, which I'll talk about in more detail in the next slide, we considered the aspirational attributes, challenges, and opportunities of a tool for monitoring the area of land managed for wildlife. We assessed whether Kent Wildlife Trust's existing internal approach met the requirements of the conservation community. Moreover, we conducted a secondary consultation with 7 other stakeholders, including ourselves, of the original sort of 300 stakeholders who were involved. And we held this to assess and examine existing approaches to monitoring the area of land managed positively for wildlife, and conducted a comparative analysis of these different existing approaches, where we cross-referenced key features and compiled a list of desirable features of a tool monitoring the area of land managed for wildlife. So the results of all these processes are presented in the report in detail, and I'll talk a little more about these shortly. In the development and testing stage, in partnership with Kent and Medway Biological Records Centre, we developed new functionality within an existing online GIS tool to produce the new Kent Conservation Landscape tool. It was designed in accordance with the design brief from our stakeholder consultations, tested, and then a case study of its use was documented. So from this chapter, the 2 key project outputs are the specification and design blueprint for a tool for monitoring the area of land managed for wildlife, and a case study of its application to assessing the area of land managed for wildlife in Kent. During the audit and gap analysis, a range of aspirational attributes, challenges, and opportunities of an area managed tool were specified by project stakeholders. For example, it was agreed that a GIS mapping platform would aspire to measure metrics such as the area, type, and scale of management based on data provided by conservation and other land managing organisations. Furthermore, it was agreed that the project must clearly define what managed for wildlife means, must incorporate a ranking of management quality and certainty, and must enable regular reassessments and updates for monitoring purposes. Anticipated challenges included collecting, digitizing, and standardizing data from a large and varied suite of sources, determining the frequency and resourcing of data collection, and defining which organizations would take ownership and at what scale. As previously mentioned, we conducted a comparative analysis of 8 existing approaches to quantifying the area of land managed from wildlife, and we evaluated these against 32 specifications and the various subtopics, including the desired platform, data sources, data layers, methods of data recording, and use and advocacy. And this process is reported in detail in the report. So in these next 2 slides, I'm just going to sort of briefly summarize the practical approach we took, and then I'll go into more detail about this practical approach when we look at the case study. So an Esri ArcGIS online web map was chosen as the preferred hosting platform. Spatial recording was preferred over non-spatial data as it's more intuitive, informative, highlights overlapping or adjacent work, and allows for efficient measurement and verification of area. And it allows existing data collected by organizations to add that easily to the tool. So this last particular point was quite important because when we did the comparative analysis, we found 7 of the 8 organizations already used a GIS-based recording system. So 2 types of template data layers were included: broad project areas and conservation management parcels. Broad project areas show project delivery areas with 21 data attributes, including information about the project and the organizations involved. Conservation management parcels are a bit more detailed. They have 34 data attributes, including information about the site, target habitat or species, contact details of people involved, and of course, details of the management taking place. The information collected about management included the level of formal site protection, whether practical work was taking place, whether conservation grazing was taking place, whether the site has a management plan in place, and whether there are any active stewardship schemes at the site. And finally, whether any written, in-person, or telephone advice, management advice had been given. And all these different pieces of data had accompanying sort of data attributes. So after contributions are made to the tool, the data is downloaded from the tool. Management quality rankings are derived from the management data provided. So rankings are assigned based on the value and certainty of positive conservation management, as shown in this table here. So if the site has existing protection, or there is active practical work, conservation grazing, or a management plan in place, then a management quality ranking of 1 will be assigned. Similarly, ranking of 1 will be assigned to a high-level stewardship, with lower rankings for written, verbal advice, telephone advice, and pending stewardship schemes. So we took this method and we applied it to monitoring the area of land managed wildlife in Kent. And of course, followed our landscape monitoring framework approach. So our landscape parameter was the full terrestrial surface area of Kent and Medway. Our monitoring theme was to quantify the area of land which is influenced positively for wildlife conservation in Kent, to determine whether the area of land influenced positively for wildlife conservation is changing as a result of conservation organisations' efforts was our main objective. The attributes required in the monitoring programme, we looked through an exhaustive list of attributes from the most elemental to most aspirational, and this can be found in the report in more detail. Our indicators was, of course, required data was, of course, the standardized spatial data collected via the web map, and our practical approach was the area managed tool and the associated analysis, which I will talk about shortly. So I should probably point out here, so you can sort of have this in mind going forward. So we implemented this tool for 2020, and the idea would be to use this tool year on year to monitor change in area influenced for conservation, managed for conservation. Because we were doing this for the first time, we compared the 2020 data with data that was collected in 2016 as part of the Kent Biodiversity Strategy. And I'll talk a little bit more about that later. It's important to bear in mind that this is a monitoring tool, not just a sort of one-off data collection process. So our landscape parameter, as mentioned, was the entire terrestrial surface of Kent. The tool does also support recording of marine management action as well. But for this particular case study, we're focused on the terrestrial land surface. So here is the Kent Conservation Landscape tool. The tool includes buttons to show information about the purpose of the tool, and various base maps can be selected. There's also a button to bring up instructions for using the tool. So layers are listed in the panel to the right. We've got the two main data types there, the broad project areas and the conservation management parcels, which I've just spoken about. But you've also got other layers there that contributors can use to sort of orientate themselves to the map or trace these if their management action is occurring within pre-existing designations. In addition, because the web map is public, contributors can also send sensitive data directly to Kent and Medway Biological Record Centre or to ourselves, which then just goes directly into the final analysis.
That's halfway, Lawrence.
Thank you. So throughout 2019 and 2020, contributions were made to the tool, and then the data was downloaded from the tool earlier this year, and management hierarchy codes were derived from the management information provided. This was done via an automated GIS script. To deal with overlapping polygons, so that's where management action has been reported in the same area multiple times, we used a spaghetti and meatballs approach overlay analysis, which essentially merges overlapping polygons and concatenates the attribute values in those overlapping areas. So this gives a flattened data set in which the highest rankings were retained. And you can see to the right here in this example, this is a subsection of the data. Grey indicates data without management information, and then a traffic light symbology shows the rankings 1, 2, and 3 as green, orange, and red, respectively. These are the final results of the case study analysis. So looking at the legend on the left, we can see the land area of Kent is 373,600 hectares, and areas with statutory designation in 2020, including stewardship schemes, are shown in light blue and total 70,368 hectares. Data that was contributed directly via the Kent Conservation Landscape tool totaled 10.7 thousand hectares, with 3,500 hectares under a quality rating of 1, 700, just over 700 hectares under a quality rating of 2, and just 5 hectares under a quality rating of 3. And that was telephone advice given. 6,495 hectares of the data contributed via the Kent Conservation Landscape tool unfortunately did not have sufficient management information to derive quality codes. And you can see that in the dark grey in the map there. As this was the first pilot use of the tool, as I mentioned before, we compared the results with data collected as part of the Kent Biodiversity Strategy mapping exercise, which was conducted by Kent Wildlife Trust in 2016. 13 protected area datasets from 2016 and 2020 were compared in an overlay analysis, and the results are shown in the table here. Based on this data, the percentage of Kent under protection increased from 16.7% in 2016 to 18.8% in 2020, which appears to be largely due to changes in stewardship schemes. The area of land added to the tool, which falls outside of statutory designated areas, was 1,266 hectares, or just 0.4% of Kent. So with more contributions from land managing and conservation organisations, we would expect this figure to be higher. This particular sort of type of land mapped, the areas outside statutory designated areas that are under conservation management, is where this tool is probably of most value. So it's to record conservation action in the sort of wider landscape outside of protected areas. And that ties into all other sorts of work that's being done, nature recovery networks, and sort of landscape connectivity. And as far as we are aware, there is currently not a recording system in place for this in Kent. So the tool offered a variety of mechanisms to facilitate ease of data submission by stakeholders, including the ability to populate attribute fields of preloaded shapefiles of key sites, the ability to input pre-existing shapefiles to eliminate the need to digitize within the tool, an option to download the existing Inspire land registry index polygons to create a layer to be added to the tool, the ability to digitize new shapefiles within the tool as a last resort, and the opportunity to link submission to the tool with organizational reporting cycles. So although the tool isn't 100% user-friendly, these processes were in place to sort of maximize contributions from stakeholders. The total number of stakeholders that did contribute was 25 out of the 70 that we approached, about 35%. And we sort of see this as one of the sort of major limitations that we've experienced with this so far. This means there's sort of likely to be substantial under-recording and underestimates of the area of land influence for conservation in Kent. Of course, incomplete data also poses challenges for data continuity and long-term monitoring. So whilst engagement with the tool was lower than expected, it was promising that GIS layers of land owned by various organisations were generally accessible, with most organisations sharing their data via various online portals, such as the ArcGIS online open data. To increase engagement with the tool going forward, we're considering a number of improvements. First, we're thinking about reducing the quantity of data attributes that are required to be submitted. Further, we're looking into a form-based system of adding the required fields to the data rather than the current process, which is using sort of an attribute table. So this form-based system can be achieved using, for example, geoforms in the ArcGIS configurable apps. This would mean a simpler user interface with preset and or mandatory fields, use of radio buttons, drop-down menus, calendars, and other sort of efficient data entry methods. Mandatory essential fields would also ensure that hierarchy codes, such as the management quality rankings, can always be assigned to all of the data that's added to the tool. Most importantly, we need to encourage greater adoption by stakeholders of recording conservation management on a regular basis via the tool, to give a standardized data set for monitoring positive conservation action in Kent. One additional benefit of the tool that we haven't mentioned so far is that it does also provide an effective means for annual STL 160 statutory reporting. In conclusion then, our approach facilitated data collection from multiple stakeholders at the county scale and quantified an increase in the area of land managed positively for nature, a key intended outcome of landscape scale conservation. We provide a blueprint for a tool to quantify area managed for conservation at the landscape scale that can be recreated by others in open source and proprietary GIS platforms to gather similar landscape scale data on a county or regional basis. Through continued refinement of the methods in collaboration with others, the practice and practicalities of quantifying how much land is managed positively for wildlife can be advanced. If other organisations can be encouraged to adopt this approach, develop it further to suit their needs, and to share their requirements and best practice, we can work toward building a shared tool that can facilitate the standardised quantification of conservation management actions across landscapes at regional or national scales. To maximise the potential benefit of this approach, a single platform shared and used consistently by conservation organisations nationwide is needed. Whilst the tool design in this project has the potential to be used at a national scale, its widespread dissemination for national contributions was outside the scope and remit of the project. Therefore, a logical next step would be to establish a collaborative working group of stakeholders to work towards a common national approach. Such an undertaking would need significant investment and coordination. However, it would provide wide-reaching benefits for the conservation community in terms of the application and influence of conservation evidence on land use and nature conservation policy, both locally and nationally.
Thank you, Lawrence.
Okay.
That was a great overview of our work around Kent Conservation Landscape Tool, which, as Lawrence alludes to, has huge potential, but is not without its challenges. I have put the link to the tool in the chat here, so if anyone would like to peruse it and have a little investigative jaunt into its capabilities while on the conference today, please do feel free to do so, and we would welcome any questions or thoughts that you might like feedback from the panel on today. So do remember, we've got the Q&A function on Zoom. If you would like to drop any questions in or just thoughts in the chat, would be great. Right, up next, we have Robbie Still, who is the other of our GIS and data officers at Kent Wildlife Trust, and Robbie is going to talk around the theme of better.
Sorry, I just shared my screen, put the PowerPoint up, and then realised I couldn't unmute while the PowerPoint was on full screen. So give me 2 seconds.
No worries. We were obviously hoping that by this point we might be able to run this conference in person. And despite a year or more of us all having to function predominantly online, obviously nothing is without its technical hitches still. So do bear with us as any of those arise during the day.
We got that now?
Yeah, perfect.
Perfect. All right, thank you very much, Chloe. And yeah, so hi everyone, I'm the Remote Sensing and GIS Officer, Lawrence's partner in crime at Kent Wildlife Trust. And I'm going to run through how we can monitor improving habitat quality on a landscape scale. So again, we are going to focus on the Lawton principles, specifically the Lawton principle of better management and enhanced habitat quality. These were highlighted as key elements by our stakeholders for landscape scale conservation. And a wide range of attributes are commonly used to assess the quality or condition of habitats, including extent, botanical composition, vegetation structure, and physical characteristics. Floristic and vegetative attributes are generally used as indicators. An assessment of condition may be based on suitable conditions for plants or both plants and animals. Monitoring habitat quality is typically done at site scale by surveyors recording the presence and absence of key indicator species and the physical attributes of habitat condition, such as sward height. These traditional site scale approaches, such as rapid assessment and condition monitoring, work well for their intended purposes, but scaling up these approaches to landscapes is often very challenging. One solution to combat this scaling up issue is to stratify random sampling using habitat condition monitoring protocols across landscapes. This has been trialled by others, and a case study of this type of approach in the West Berkshire living landscape is included in this chapter of our framework document, and I'll talk a little bit about that later. Remote sensing has the potential to provide a cost-to-scale effective tool for the collection of information needed to evaluate impact on ecological systems, set conservation priorities, and develop conservation plans. It offers opportunities to reduce costs and potentially provide a sustainable approach to data collection over large areas. It can be used to measure and monitor land cover, land use, vegetation characteristics, terrain, soil, water bodies, wetlands, marine and coastal environments, atmosphere and climate, disturbance, landscape fragmentation, human environment interfaces, urban change, and protected areas. So there's quite a bit it can do. Here we're going to focus solely on attempting to quantify structural vegetative attributes as a metric of habitat quality, for which remote sensing technology offers accessible solutions and general and widespread applicability across a broad range of habitats to maximize the relevance of project outputs to project stakeholders. So you've seen this slide already, and this is our key steps and themes for these case studies and these chapters, and you can see them fully in the document, which you've got a link to. But the first step is stakeholder consultation. As mentioned earlier, stakeholders prioritized habitat quality as a key theme for landscape scale monitoring. And they also identified and provided examples of existing approaches that we could use to formulate our own approach. The next step is an audit and gap analysis, which through desktop research, we reviewed existing approaches to habitat quality assessment, produced a comparative assessment of these approaches and the suitability of their application at a landscape scale, and then research case studies of these approaches applied in practice. We then developed and tested our own methods, which included a focus on remote sensing, perceived to provide the most appropriate cost to scale effective approach to develop, while accepting the loss of a species level determination of habitat quality attributes at an increasing spatial scale. The following steps were undertaken in the development of a practical approach and resulted in project outcomes designed to offer guidance and solutions to stakeholders and to facilitate progress towards common approaches. Research into equipment and software options, assessment of the pros and cons of different options and costs involved, production of guidance for choice of equipment, software training and legislation, procurement of remote sensing equipment, which to trial the approach, staff training, and then a field survey using UAVs or drones with a remote sensing approach and the production of a case study. And then the outputs are designed to provide an overview of the approaches to habitat quality monitoring, to aid others to select scale appropriate methods, to provide an overview of the requirements for developing a remote sensing approach to habitat quality monitoring at a landscape scale, and to provide a case study of a real-world example of remote sensing, again, at a landscape scale. So we'll run through those in a little bit more detail. Firstly, the audit and gap analysis. So we had a look at many survey techniques, which I'm sure most of you are familiar with, which work really well on a site scale, but essentially were found to be far too resource intensive to be practical at a landscape scale. Things such as fixed quadrats, random quadrats, condition assessments over a structured walk, and grid square mapping using condition assessment criteria are just take too long and cost far too much resource at the landscape scale. One approach which has been trialed by BBOW, as mentioned earlier, is stratified random sampling, which may be suitable at a smaller landscape scale, although it still is a relatively resource intensive option. Remote sensing, either through UAVs or satellite imagery, are a very useful option for on-demand monitoring of landscape areas. Drones are ideal for surveying a smaller area, and a satellite can be used for a very large area on a county, country, or global scale. So, long story short, when it comes down to landscape scale monitoring, we want to accept that remote sensing cannot do everything that a field survey can, but it offers a solution to quantifying structural comprehensive habitat quality on a very large scale for a cost-effective and resource-effective price. So when it comes to remote sensing, there are a couple of different options that we could use. And this is not a one of these you can only use one of these. They can work together very well. So firstly, video. Video taken from drones can be an excellent tool for public engagement, marketing, fundraising, and reporting to stakeholders. However, only a broad habitat type can be determined, and it is hard to glean any quantitative information on the habitat structure or condition. It's suitable for a general impression of an area rather than as a quantitative assessment. Visible red, green, blue photographs can be taken with a low-cost UAV. These can be interpreted in two ways, either by human manual aerial photo interpretation or through digital image processing. Humans are capable of differentiating subtle differences between images, but this is a time-consuming process with the issue of human error, and some quantitative information such as vegetation height cannot be worked out. When the image is computed digitally, this information can be calculated through digital surface and terrain models. Individual objects, such as trees, can be identified and digitized, allowing detailed data on the habitat structure to be calculated. This is also less time-consuming, though it does require a high level of technical skill and computing power within the organization. Manual photo identification is suitable for small areas for which a repeat survey is not frequently required, whereas digital processing can be used for small to medium areas with repeat surveys. Multi-spectral imagery detects bands beyond the visual range of the human eye. This can allow for improved object identification, including detecting information on the species composition and biodiversity, as well as indices such as the Normalized Different Vegetation Index, which detects living green vegetation. These methods are highly variable across the year, so it's imperative for monitoring to take place at a consistent time of year. There's also a fairly poor understanding of the drivers of plant optical properties, and the field is still developing. Multispectral imagery can be used to calculate carbon sequestration, biomass production, and soil properties. And beyond multispectral imagery, we can use hyperspectral, which requires very careful drone flight, but can give very precise levels of vegetation monitoring, often far beyond what a conservation organization might require. The second map here shows the results of a Lidar survey, a similarly expensive method, but one that allows for very precise identification of 3D objects, such as buildings and trees, and the creation of detailed elevation models. Lidar sensors can be mounted on a UAV, but this is very new and therefore expensive. And the majority of Lidar data comes from aeroplanes, and the data availability is limited, although access is improving constantly. Lidar data can be used to show peat erosion restoration, a change in drainage or river flow, vegetation structure, and it can even identify underground structures such as badger dens in a closed canopy woodland. So these are all the options you can take if you decide to go down a remote sensing and a UAV approach. But when your organization is beginning on this road, there are a lot of decisions that can be made. Our framework document will provide a number of outputs designed to help others through these steps. And as we go through this, I will outline what Kent Wildlife Trust decided, but this is one organization and it may not be, these steps may not be suitable for yours, but hopefully the document can give you some more information to help you make the right decisions. So our document will go through a comparative assessment of the questions remote sensor can answer and the appropriate sensors to answer those questions, a comparative assessment of UAV equipment options, of software options, of UAV training options, of UAV insurance options, and then I'm going to go through a case study of our experience developed through the project at the West Blean and Thorndon Woods, where we use digital surface modeling to assess structural attributes of habitat condition. So into the flowchart, the first decision to be made is whether you would like a pre-set up UAV, like a DJI Phantom, which is sort of an out-of-the-box approach, saves a little bit of time, but it might not be as customizable, and you might not be able to get the full functionality that you want. A customizable UAV, like a DJI Matrice, or you could hire a contractor to fly the survey for you. And I will highlight what KWT chose, but the downward arrows will follow that choice as well. So we chose a customizable UAV because of the increased flexibility and a desire to uptrain staff and really dig into the possibilities. Now, once you decide to buy a customizable UAV, you have a huge variety of options. We went for a multi-rotor DJI Matrice, for which we purchased a multispectral camera along with the standard red, green, blue camera. There is also a new DJI drone which comes with an attached Lidar sensor, and that presents a very interesting option for woodland or wetland surveys. Again, I'm not going to go into this in full detail, but you can see page 57, if you are following along in the document, goes into much more detail about fixed wing versus multi-rotor or single rotor, etc. So we chose the Matrice as it allows for a degree of flexibility and future-proofing, Rather than being restricted to the use of an integral sensor only, aftermarket sensors can be fitted, and it can also carry a payload above as well as below the unit, which many UAVs cannot. A sensor mounted above can view directly upwards. This can be very useful when an upward view is required, i.e. for surveying a tree canopy overhanging a watercourse. As well as purchasing the drone, you'll need your team to be trained up as pilots. Each pilot will require a general visual line of sight license and a license number from the Civil Aviation Authority. These courses are available from a variety of trainers, either fully online, fully in person, or a mix of both, particularly during COVID. As part of this, your organisation will create an operations manual and nominate a lead pilot. So at Kent Wildlife Trust, we chose the online course with remote supervision, with an in-person test and sort of flight day. This choice was made particularly during COVID because an online course offers much more safety and reliability. But again, this is up to your organisation and however your pilots would feel they'd best be trained. And as always, you'll need insurance. These can either cover personal liability, such as damages you'll cause to other people if you crash the drone, or personal and UAV cover, which will cover the former, as well as any damages you cause to the drone. These can be pay-as-you-go or annual, and the best fit completely depends on your expected usage of the equipment. Again, I'll point you to the framework document where this will be gone through in a much higher level of detail. So once you've got your drone,
that's halfway, Robbie, just to let you know.
Thanks, Chloe. Once you've got your drone and you've taken your images, you've flown your survey, you'll need to process these images. And again, there's an equally overwhelming host of options for drone processing that are talked through in the framework document, and hopefully we've done some of the legwork for you. But we would highly recommend Open Drone Map. This is an open source piece of equipment that can either be installed via the command line for free, which requires some technical know-how, or via an installer, which costs a one-off fee of £57. Open Drone Map is highly flexible, and it can process standard red, green, and blue imagery or multispectral images with features such as R and Python packages, where it can aid in the identification of specific objects such as trees or crops, and can therefore calculate canopy area or vegetation structure. It can also do a lot of the heavy lifting for you in terms of generating elevation models and plant health indicators. It's kind of a one-stop shop at this point, and considering it's open source, we would really recommend you look into this before going through any paid options. So now I'm going to put all this into context and go through the case study at West Blean and Thornton Woods, which is our sort of flagship wilding project, and we're reintroducing the bison. So we followed the landscape monitoring framework steps determined in the methodology for this case study. I'll go into each step in further detail of the following slides. Essentially, the aim was to quantify metrics for the structural attributes of habitat quality in the aforementioned woods, and in the long term, monitor this change to give an indication of habitat improvement. The attributes required of the monitoring program can be seen at page 70 of the document, but they range from the least aspirational of creating a standardized method to monitoring to the most aspirational, reporting this change annually. So to demonstrate the usage of UAVs in remote sensing, we'll go through this case study, and here you can see the site at West Blean and Thornton Woods near Canterbury in Kent. This is the site of our flagship wilding project where bison, Exmoor ponies and Iron-Age pigs will be introduced to help restore ecosystem function and integrity through the reinstatement of natural processes, but crucially to improve the quality of the habitat. We want to improve the quality of the woodland in terms of the structural heterogeneity, and this lends itself well to monitoring using a UAV-based remote sensing approach. However, we want to be able to assess how well this is going. The data presented here will derive from a central sample area indicated in pink, where we initially gathered data to develop and test our ability to determine metrics of habitat structure using remote sensing. So you can see there our hypothesis, which is, has there been evidence of change in the structural variation of vegetation within the study landscape? There are a couple of ways we looked at this. Using the drone imagery, we were able to create digital elevation models, which show the sort of height of each area in meters above sea level. We also created a normalized difference vegetation index, which I mentioned earlier, which can be used to identify plants and identify key photosynthetic activity to determine how much activity the plants are going through. The digital elevation models are created using the camera's ability to measure both the height of the object, its permeance to light, and the height of the ground, giving one a clear image of the terrain and the objects above the terrain, such as buildings, or in this case, trees. This can be used to assess the change in habitat structure and heterogeneity over time on a broader scale through calculating the difference between the terrain model and the surface model, the terrain model being the ground and the surface model being the ground at the soil and anything above, such as trees and buildings, which you can see here. So we used this approach while also using the OpenDroneMap R package to identify individual objects and measure their width rather than their height. So the long-term aims of this project are to measure the height and the width, but for this case study, we simply looked at the width. So the following is very processor intensive. And so for the purpose of developing our knowledge and ability in the testing phase, a further subsample site was chosen, which is shown by the pink grid. This is to limit processing demands before we scale up analysis to the entire site. With high resolution imagery, you can use AI to identify individual objects, as I mentioned, through the OpenDroneMap R package, which is called Field Image R. This also allows us to measure the area of each tree crown. This can be used to classify the trees into bands based on their size. The data show that currently a very high proportion of the trees are in the smallest band, and with an improved habitat quality, we would expect this proportion to decrease, with high proportions of open ground, more large mature trees, and a greater variation of the overall structural heterogeneity. This data will enable us to quantify change in structural heterogeneity over time. So the next steps. So for Kent Wildlife Trust, our key next step is to ground truth this remote sense data. But in general, we want to develop common standards and new techniques for habitat quality measurements using remote sensing. We want a collaborative approach to landscape scale remote sensing from local to national scale. We want to engage with statutory organizations with a responsibility for the natural environment to facilitate joined up remote sensing monitoring practice. We want national, regional, and local coordination of the gathering and application of remote sense data to conservation applications. We want cost-benefit analysis of field survey versus remote sensing approaches to determine a scale threshold for the most appropriate application of remote sensing. The establishment of knowledge exchange partnerships and collaborations with academic institutions to further bridge the research practice gap, and a recognition of within conservation of the need to recruit and train staff with the relevant analytical skills. For the synthesis and application, the outputs of this chapter in our framework document are designed to provide an overview of the approaches to habitat quality monitoring using remote sensing to enable others to select scale appropriate methods, detail a case study of an existing tested field survey approach to monitoring habitat quality at a landscape scale, provide an overview of the requirements for developing a UAV remote sensing approach to habitat quality monitoring at a landscape scale, and provide a case study of a real-world example using remote sensing at a landscape scale. We hope to have demonstrated feasibility and provided practical guidance to enable other organizations to develop the capability to deploy UAV remote sensing techniques for the assessment of habitat quality attributes at landscape scale. By securing resources, accepted as a significant challenge in itself, and trialing the approaches outlined and signposted here, project stakeholders have an opportunity to address some of the challenges of evidencing landscape scale outcomes of conservation, using a cost to scale effective remote sensing approach to assess habitat quality within their organizations. Further collaborative working and development of research practice relationships, together with the engagement with appropriate statutory bodies, would provide an opportunity to create and agree common standards for the use of remote sensing in habitat management and quality assessment. So now I think it's back to you, Chloe.
Brilliant, thanks Robbie. Hopefully that gave everyone a really good overview of the steps that we've taken at Kent Wildlife Trust to develop remote sensing capabilities. As Robbie mentioned throughout, may not be applicable to everyone's organisations, but the framework details a lot of the considerations and alternatives as well. So please do look at that. Right, just a reminder, we've got the Q&A function on Zoom if you have any questions you would like to ask. Or the chat if that is better. You can be anonymous in the Q&A, so if you don't want a question attributed to yourself, do make use of that. We've just got a little bit of time now for questions on what we've heard thus far. So that was the introduction to the practical framework, and then exploring the themes around more and better as outlined by Lawrence and Robbie. I have one question to pose currently. So I will do that, but if anyone would like to add any further, then please do. So we have a question from Jeffrey Smith. Thank you, Jeffrey. And Jeffrey has asked if we considered the benefits of exploiting satellite remote sensing, such as regular and systematic observations, and also the free and open access of the systems, such as the Copernicus Centennials. So that's a question to Robbie, Lawrence, or Paul, whoever would like to step into that one. So we've all got thoughts potentially.
So yes, we did consider satellite data right at the outset of the project, but the needs we identified within the organisation were focused more around the smaller scales of landscape scale conservation, where UAV approaches offered essentially a greater resolution potential with the data we collected, and the opportunity to develop UAV approaches within our organisation was the one that was deemed most valuable at the time. But yes, we certainly looked into satellite imagery, and kind of alongside what we've done in terms of using drones, we have kind of contributed to and supported a master's project at Cranfield University that specifically has been looking at using freely available remote sensed satellite derived data specifically for the types of uses that conservation organizations might require. So yeah, that was our thinking and why we went down the drone route at this stage, but we're certainly recognise and are keen to further explore the opportunities with satellite data.
Great. Lawrence, Robbie, do you have anything additional thought-wise on that one?
Yeah, I think just one thing to add is it's quite exciting to see in recent years the increasing availability of Lidar data, which with things like the Copernicus Sentinel data, you've got vegetation metrics and stuff like that, which you can obtain at 20-meter resolution, which, as Paul said, is not quite sufficient for our objectives. But now you can get Lidar, which is going to, as Robbie explained, give you that surface model and terrain model down to half a meter, maybe a meter in various areas of the UK. So where your organisation is, it might, vary on what resolution and even sort of what time of year it was collected. But it's worth looking at as a sort of means to monitor changes in perhaps vegetation structure at a slightly coarser level, and it is free. So I'll stick a link to that data in the chat as well. Yeah. Robbie, have you got anything else to add at this stage?
No, I think you've just about covered it. It's all about resolution and what landscape scale you're looking at. If you're sort of trying to cross multiple county boundaries and a 20-meter resolution is fine, then the Sentinel data could be incredibly useful because you've got it over time periods, you've got it fairly consistently. But we will, as sort of we've said, we're looking specifically within Kent. We were looking at one site, in which case you'd have sort of, I guess, 20 Sentinel tiles maximum covering the area you're looking at, which doesn't give you the resolution to pick out individual trees. So yeah, I think that's been summarised quite well.
Brilliant. Thank you, all of you, for answering that. Right, well, oh, here we go, another question. Lovely. Thank you, Pete. Right, question for Lawrence. On the management rating system, on the Kent Conservation Landscape tool, were we assessing the management plans or actions to see if they were appropriate, i.e. a management plan in the uplands might involve burning, which we wouldn't actually consider to be a positive management action?
So yeah, and that's a really good point. Where possible, we consulted with the contacts of that data and asked them whether the management plan, or even in some instances, the management data given was specifically for improvement for wildlife conservation, whether it was perhaps management for other objectives. One example we came across was that Kent has a lot of orchards. And so there's a lot of traditional orchards in Kent that are managed. It was there's quite a bit of back and forth clarifying whether these management plans and management actions and advice was sort of improving management for improving fruit yields and production rather than sort of conservation. So it was a challenge, but where possible, we tried to sort of get as much detail out of the contacts that we had for each data source. Paul, do you have anything to add?
No, not particularly. I think that more or less covers what we did. I think it's a very valid point that Pete has raised, and it's definitely something I think that we want to look at in further iterations of the tool. As we've discussed, we have come across many barriers and limitations to gathering the data, and there's we've got a lot of ideas now how to take it forward and improve things, but yeah, definitely a really important point to consider.
Brilliant, thank you both. Kathy has asked if we can have more on how the UAV data was interpreted to answer the questions around habitat quality in the woodland. She didn't quite follow the graph that we showed in terms of habitat condition. I don't know if, Robbie, that's something you can elaborate on now?
Yeah, of course. So I'll give a bit of context to the sort of Bleam project in that it's an ancient woodland that was used as a commercial timber plantation historically. And so what we're looking at as a way of as a measure of the habitat quality is the heterogeneity of the trees, of their vegetative structure. And that currently there are lots of very small, quite young trees. And the reason we're bringing in the bison, as well as the other grazing herbivores, is to knock down those trees, basically, reduce the amount of small young trees, improve clearings, and sort of allow a higher proportion of the trees to be the older ones. So what we're looking at in the graph, which I can quickly share again, this is showing a huge amount of the trees are in this very first sort of vegetative band, which is a tree width band, and this is between 0 and 0.5 meters squared as the width of the crown, or as the area of the tree crown. And that's a huge proportion of the amount of trees we've got in this small sample site. And we would anticipate, with the project continuing, that this proportion would get less. There would be fewer trees within this first band, and we'd have a higher proportion of the trees in these following 4 bands. And that's our metric of habitat quality within this site. But there are other things we can look at. We can look at the tree height. We can look at the amount of bare ground, because another thing the bison do is create wallows, which obviously offer opportunities for pioneer plants. So this is kind of one sort of drop in the ocean for what we could do with UAV sensing. This is just one particular application of habitat quality within a woodland that was previously used as a plantation, where we're looking to make it more heterogeneous and where we want less than 61% of the trees within that first width band.
Brilliant, thank you, Robbie. Kathy, I hope that helped answer your question, but of course we are very happy to discuss in more detail after today if you are interested. I've got a comment from Dan who says it might be for later in the conference, but he'd be very interested to know how we anticipate this project being used to influence the development of similar work across the country as a national approach. And I know we will touch upon some of that as we go, but Paul in particular, is there any comments on that you'd like to share at this point?
Just that I think that we'll cover that quite well at the very end of the conference, but if there are any further questions after that, please do ask them at the time. But hopefully that question will be answered at the very end.
Brilliant, thank you. Okay, I have another question here. Is there capacity in the conservation tool to include community action, so people's gardens or community spaces, etc., or is it purely aimed more at the bigger stakeholders? Lawrence, I'll go to you first if you have thoughts on that, or Paul, step in if necessary.
Sorry, Chloe, I was literally just typing in the link to the Lidar data in the chat.
Okay, no worries, I'll pose it again, don't worry.
I can't multitask.
So we've had another question around the Kent Conservation Landscape Tool, and that's regarding capacity within it to include community action, so people's gardens or community spaces. Right. And the question is whether that can be included or if it was purely aimed at bigger stakeholders.
Yeah, great question. So the tool itself was aimed at land managing and conservation organisations and mapping management action. So although it is a public map, it's not currently aimed at residents or councils even. However, this is something so I started in March and we've had 3 or 4 meetings now about looking into a public web mapping platform, because it just seems like it would bring so many benefits, for conservation in Kent, for nature recovery networks, for just understanding connectivity, for building, momentum towards having a more connected ecosystem, connected landscape. So it's definitely high on our list to look into how that sort of public, very user-friendly sort of interface for the general public, and how that would then whether we would then bring across the Kent Conservation Landscape Tool into that, so we've got sort of everyone mapping in the same area, or whether we just add organisations, shapefiles and data straight in to start with. That would all kind of be to discuss. But yeah, it's a good question. It's certainly something that I think there is a need for in Kent.
Brilliant, thank you, Lawrence. Paul, do you have anything additional to add on that?
Well, I think that Lawrence has kind of alluded to it. It is something that we've been looking at as an organisation. We certainly see the value in it. We're particularly interested in being able to map, for example, the work done by members of the public through our Wild About Gardens scheme. And we have been exploring various options within the Wildlife Trust movement. I think is it Team Wilder is one of the approaches that we've been looking at. And I know Lawrence and Robbie have been talking to various academics about other potential platforms, specifically with that objective of enabling communities and members of the public to contribute the action that they take for conservation. So while our tool wasn't aimed at them, it's certainly on our radar to be able to facilitate that.
Lovely, thank you. I should just also point out, which we haven't, I can't remember actually if you did do in the start, Paul, when introducing the team, but Lawrence and Robbie have only really joined us within the last few months. So huge thanks to them for being able to get their heads around and contribute to and indeed present today a number of years' work. So that's why we have Paul on hand as backup for any questions, because he's obviously got the oversight from the last 3 years. Brilliant. We had a comment from someone from Surrey, hopefully that all the panelists have seen. I can't actually see who it was from, but where they've done a public and community mapping online platform. So yes, we'd definitely love to talk to you about that as we develop something of our own. Right, so let me just have a quick check. I think that's kind of it for the current questions. Oh no, we have another. This is for Lawrence. Is the tool that we've developed, that's the Kent Conservation Landscape tool, the same one that Juliet Hines at Gloucestershire Wildlife Trust uses? Do we know if Gloucestershire have a similar tool or have taken our approach and utilised it there? I get the impression
First I've heard
we don't.
of it. I think that's yeah, I've not heard of them using our tool or a similar tool, but they may well have done. If it's based around an ArcGIS web map, then yeah, it wouldn't surprise me if wildlife trusts have used that approach.
Well, yeah, that would be great if it is based around ours in any way.
And if there's similarities, that would be excellent and worth chatting with Juliet for sure.
Yeah, we'd love, Kathy, I don't know if you can provide a link to Juliet or the tool itself. We'd love to have a look at what's happening in Gloucestershire on that one. Our tool, Pete has added some to the conversation there. It might be more around nature recovery network mapping, that tool potentially.
I know that one, and it is a different tool, but it is both based on an art platform, so it's the same platform, but yeah, different application.
Brilliant. Okay. Kathy, also, I saw that you asked if there's any way that you can see who all the other attendees are. If no one has any objection to us sharing anyone that's present on the call today, I think we can share a list probably via email to the attendees. Does that sound doable? Paul or Alana, probably. So yes, we will action that in the break, hopefully. Okay, right. Last ask for any questions before we head into a coffee break. Thank you so much for listening and questioning and engaging with us today. It's very, very much appreciated. And as I say, we're really keen to sort of hear any initial thoughts, but also we've got opportunity throughout the day for questions, and that doesn't have to be restricted to the sort of presentations that are immediately before those sessions. So if you've got reflections from earlier sessions that you'd like to communicate, please do that too. Otherwise, we can have a slightly extended coffee break, which I'm sure no one will feel sad about. And what we will do is we will come back for 11:30 as planned, and we've got 3 presentations when we come back, looking at joined biodiversity and ecosystem function. So I hope you can return after the break to join us for those. Some really great stuff we've got to communicate, and we look forward to sharing it with you. But otherwise, have a good 20 minutes break, hopefully get away from your screen briefly, and we'll see you at 11:30. Right. Hopefully we are back. I'm just going to wait for Lawrence and Alana to hopefully reappear. Hi Lawrence, thank you. Alana, brilliant. Fabulous. Welcome back. Hello to anyone who may have joined in the interim period whilst we're all on coffee break. Hopefully everyone is refueled and refreshed and ready to hear a little bit more about our Nature's Shore Connected project. So we have 3 sessions, or 3 parts of this session to cover next. These will be looking at modelling and quantifying and verifying landscape connectivity, monitoring, utilising farmer clusters, and also how to assess ecosystem function using citizen science. So 3 really interesting areas, which I hope you're all really keen to hear our learnings and insights on. As before, just as a reminder, we have the question and answer facility in Zoom. So if you have a question to pose at any point for any of our speakers, please utilise that. Those will be reviewed if there are too many that we can't ask them all. And they'll be posed at the designated questions section at the end of the next 3 talks. If anyone has a burning desire to ask a question utilising their voice, we can do that. You can raise a hand and I can enable you to talk. So if you'd rather do that than typing when we come round to it, just let me know by putting your hand up. But often people prefer to type, but whatever suits you best. I think that's about it from me, really. So we're going to welcome Robbie back now to talk around the theme of joined. So if you're good to go, Robbie.
I am. Just let me share my screen again. There we go. You should be able to see that now. Have you got that?
Yeah, we can see that, Robbie.
Cool. All right. So yeah, moving on to probably the most famous of the Lawton principles now, but joined. So this chapter is going to be looking at connectivity and how we can monitor that again on a landscape scale. And this photo I would like to point out is from Canada. This is not from Kent, unfortunately. So habitat loss and fragmentation are ubiquitous in both natural and human modified landscapes, resulting in detrimental consequences for biodiversity and functional processes. Development has modified over 50% of the Earth's landscape, leaving only patches of isolated natural or semi-natural habitats. Patterns of biodiversity and ecosystem functions are changing, resulting in a loss of connectivity and ecological integrity in the networks. Loss of connectivity can influence individuals, populations, and communities through intra- and interspecific and inter-ecosystem interactions. These interactions affect ecological processes such as nutrient and energy flows, predator-prey relationships, pollination, seed dispersal, demographic rescue, inbreeding avoidance, colonization of unoccupied habitat, and altered species interactions and disease transmission. Landscape connectivity facilitates the movement of biotic processes such as animal movement, plant propagation, and genetic exchange, as well as abiotic processes such as water, energy, and material movement with and between ecosystems. So the key Lawton principle is joined, which means enhancing connections between or join up sites either through physical corridors or stepping stones. And of 55 conservation interventions for connectivity by conservationevidence.com, only 25% were assessed as beneficial or likely to be beneficial. So there's clearly a gap here for monitoring connectivity. So connectivity is defined as the degree of a landscape to facilitate or impede the exchange of organisms, energy, material, and information among landscape elements. This is something referred to as landscape functional connectivity, which is a function of both the landscape structural connectivity and the movement characteristics of the species or process under consideration. This has both physical and behavioral components and is therefore organism and process specific. There are 3 steps to quantifying this. Firstly, we need to define the specific habitat or network of the focal species and describe the landscape elements from its functional perspective. And we need to determine the scale of the landscape structure as perceived by the organism. This is defined through the scale at which the species responds to the suite of landscape elements through fine scale and large scale movement behaviors. Describing how the species responds to the different elements of a landscape. This comprises the species movement patterns based on behavioral reactions to the mortality risk and permeability of landscape elements, including habitat barriers and changes. The degree to which a landscape is connected determines the amount of dispersal there is among patches, which influences gene flow, local adaptation, extinction risk, colonization probability, and the potential for organisms to move as they cope with climate change, habitat loss, and fragmentation, as well as other anthropogenic threats. Although connectivity is an intuitive concept, there is no single consistently used metric. Theories of connectivity include the consideration of both binary representations of connectivity through corridors and linkages, and continuous representations, including a binary condition as a continuous as a subset. Connectivity modeling approaches are popular and widely used in conservation to quantify structural and potential connectivity. Conservation groups are often growing in knowledge, experience, and application of these techniques. However, quantifying functional connectivity remains a challenge, and demonstrating this might be considered a gold standard in evidencing landscape scale outcomes of landscape scale conservation. The need to validate modeling approaches is widely recognized, although many existing field survey methods lack the strategic approach to design the survey so it can detect functional connectivity. There are three types of connectivity model. We've got structural connectivity metrics, which are based on the physical properties of landscapes, including the concept of patches and relative disturbance. Landscape structural connectivity is simply a measure of how spatially connected the elements in a landscape are, without any reference to a particular ecological process or species. Potential connectivity metrics are based on the landscape structure, as well as some basic information about the study organism's dispersal ability, such as average dispersal distance. And then functional connectivity metrics are measured based on the actual movements of individuals along and across contours of connectivity, including on patches where these exist. These can take into account the actual number of individuals born at different sites, their reproduction rates, and mortality during dispersal. Some authors make a further distinction based on the number of individuals that not only disperse between sites, but also those that survive to reproduce. So, again, we have these set 4 stages of development. The first is stakeholder contribution. And stakeholders prioritize functional connectivity as a key theme in landscape scale monitoring, recommended validating modeling with a field survey approach, and guided the definition of focal landscape parameters and indicator species. We then undertook our audit and gap analysis. Through desktop research, we reviewed existing approaches to modeling connectivity and field surveys to monitor connectivity, to produce comparative analyses of methods both for modeling and for the field survey. And then we did our development and testing, where we adopted the following principles. Functional connectivity is the most ecologically meaningful metric of connectivity. Modeling structural and potential connectivity are valuable approaches and more efficient than field survey approaches. And a practical field survey approach is required, and the most ecologically meaningful demonstration and validation of modeling approaches. So the two approaches we took were modeling and field surveys. Go through a little bit about the modeling first, and it was based on comparative analysis and modeling approaches, and we identified CircuitScape as the most appropriate tool to model connectivity. We then parameterized, using scientific literature and expert knowledge, the habitat value and resistance scores for focal species, created habitat value and resistance surfaces, and used a manual core population area, which we selected based on existing knowledge, modeled the connectivity between these cores, and we can use that to quantify a change in connectivity between 2003 and 2012, which is where Kent's habitat surveys were done. Then for the field survey, we based the comparative analysis of field survey methods of connectivity and decided that there was a need to develop a field survey approach to detect functional connectivity. We defined the landscape parameters and defined the focal indicator species, looked at a temporal parameter, which we incorporated, and then designed and tested a survey approach. The outputs of the chapter are designed to provide an overview of the approaches to connectivity modeling to enable others to select context-appropriate methods, demonstrate existing field methods, and how they lack the ability to detect functional connectivity and demonstrate the need for a new approach, provide an example using a case study of connectivity modeling applied in a real-world scenario, and provided a tested field survey approach to detect functional connectivity for the species within landscapes. And finally, provide a case study of a real-world example of this field survey approach used at a landscape scale. So we assessed a huge variety of modeling tools and platforms. I found 4 that were designed for a landscape scale conservation connectivity analysis. A full breakdown of these can be found on page 88 if you're having a look along with the framework document. Some, such as Range Shifter, Population Synchrony, and Condatus, might be useful, but were deemed suboptimal for the purpose, primarily due to the due to the data requirements or a level of precision that was unsuited to a landscape scale. The 4 platforms that we found best suited for connectivity at a landscape scale were CircuitScape, which we use for the practical approach, as it shows every possible pathway, not just major corridors, and so makes pinch points easily visible. BETTLE, which is the Biological and Environmental Evaluation Tool for Landscape Ecology from the Forestry Commission's Research Division, which is the least cost assessment of landscape permeability. The Berkshire, Buckinghamshire and Oxfordshire Wildlife Trust have created a connectivity modelling tool using ArcGIS Spatial Analysis Toolbox, which also uses a least cost approach and is definitely worth keeping an eye on. And finally, Cone4, which allows for quantification of the importance of habitat areas and links for connectivity. And the audit and gap analysis for field methods, we found that a key barrier with field methods detecting connectivity is the strategic direction of the survey at the start. Many rarely focus on connectivity indicators. If we want to detect connectivity, we have to design the survey to incorporate a suitable indicator species, the current known range, and the potential range of the species, and crucially, absence information. One further option is to use a GPS tracking device to monitor routes of key indicators, but this is a very resource-intensive option. And so similarly, we're going to go through the case study now for a practical approach to modeling and quantifying landscape connectivity for a species using CircuitScape. I'll go through each of these steps as we go through. So firstly, the landscape. So connectivity is not constrained by the lines artificially drawn around project areas on maps. How the study landscape is defined will determine what can and cannot be interpreted from the data. Defining a study landscape in which connectivity is constrained in some way, such as by the extent of a habitat type of interest, geographic isolation, physical barriers such as transport infrastructure or geophysical features, will add confidence to the extent of connectivity in an approach. I'd like to direct you towards OP 3.2 in our framework document, Guiding Principles for Defining Landscape Parameters. And here you can see a map of our study landscape, which for this example is the extent of chalk grassland within Kent. The next step is to select your indicator species. Focal taxa were chosen to reflect temporal variability in dispersal. Taxa with relatively fast dispersal ecology, butterflies, and very slow dispersal ecology, reptiles, were chosen. The next step was to identify an appropriate species. The main factor in this approach was selecting species with a dispersal mechanism or ecology that relies on our own chosen landscape scale parameter, the chalk grassland within the North Kent Downs. The focal indicator species of butterfly selected was the Adonis Blue, and the reptile was the European adder. And again, I would like to flag the criteria for selection of landscape indicator species, which we co-developed with project stakeholders on page 36 of the framework document. I'll quickly run through how the Adonis Blue meets these criteria, and I'll direct you to the framework document for the adder. So for the Adonis Blue, it's a specialist of the unimproved southern chalk downland. It's a species that underwent a rapid decline in the 50s to 60s across its entire range in the UK, and this decline led to an increase on research of its dispersal, mechanisms and ecology, which consequently are well understood. It is reliably identified simply and cheaply in the field using critical features and established survey techniques. It's a species at which conservation effort is targeted widely in Kent, and colony numbers appear to be increasing as a result of grassland management. It's short-lived bivoltine species with short generation times, so it has the potential to respond quickly to management. As a chalk grassland specialist that requires specific habitat attributes, it can provide meaningful information about landscape scale biodiversity outcomes in the focal landscape. It is widespread within the landscape, sufficiently common to be detected in multiple patches, but not so common that it occupies every patch of suitable habitat, allowing new instances of colonization to be detected. Butterflies are widely monitored through existing schemes using established methods, which gives us good baseline data, and there is a widespread recognition and understanding of the results of butterfly surveys by policymakers and practitioners. Then the next step.
Just over halfway, Robbie.
Thanks, Chloe. The next step is the modelling itself. So we use local expert knowledge from the butterfly conservation and from the Kent reptile and amphibian group to determine the resistance scores for each habitat type, detailing how much energy a habitat takes for each indicator species to cross. We applied these to two sets of habitat data available in Kent from 2003 and 2012, and for each habitat type we assigned a resistance score. Cores act as suitable as areas of high suitability for the species based on the parameters inputted. So Circuitscape will identify cores automatically from the inputted data based on the landscape parameters. But as we have data for the species, we decided to use monads, for which abundances are above a certain level as cores for the modelling, based on records from the Kent and Medway Biological Record Centre. Meaningful abundances were again determined by the use of those same experts. So we essentially took a 1 by 1 kilometre square where there were a meaningful abundance of the indicator species and decided they were our cause for connectivity, as we were confident that there was an existing population there. Ecologically meaningful abundance thresholds were advised by these two groups, and all applicable monads were selected on this basis and used as cores in the models. A threshold of 4 adders and 10 Adonis Blue individuals and selected 21 and 26 monads respectively, and these were used as our cores. You can see them here on the map outlined for the adder in gold. So we undertook the modelling using these cores and the aforementioned resistance scores. We've got outputs here for the Adonis Blue from 2003 and 2012, but that can be quite difficult to interpret visually. So to make comparisons between the models, numerical values were derived following a method developed by Sigurdi et al. In 2019, a methodology for quantifying and measuring connectivity across Surrey and beyond. I think Ben is actually in the audience, so thanks very much for that paper. And I would recommend you check that out. It's a report by the Surrey Wildlife Trust, and it is linked in the framework document. And the values were, as you can see, 1.869 for 2003 and 1.789 for 2012. These results appear to indicate a reduced connectivity from 2003 up to 2012 for the monads that had a high level of abundance of those species. And that suggests that the alternate hypothesis, there is evidence of change in connectivity within the study landscape, can be accepted. Circuitscape-derived cores were considerably less ecologically meaningful, and the resulting figures are less likely to be an accurate reflection of the true landscape connectivity than the cores that we used, which were defined by biological records and local knowledge and expertise. However, it should be noted that the 2003 habitat survey data was digitized at a much coarser resolution than in 2012, because for the 2003 data, the habitat polygons were manually digitized, whereas the 2012 survey used Audit Survey master map polygons. This means that smaller green spaces within urban areas are resolved in 2012 instead of a whole town being categorized as a built environment in 2003, which makes them appear far more permeable in the 2012 data. But this was not a genuine change between the time periods in real life. It's just an artifact of the detail of habitat data input. Interestingly, it does demonstrate how increases in urban green spaces influence permeability. Limitations, next steps, and synthesis will be discussed below. So before we discuss those, we're going to go through the field surveys, field survey development. And this project, as well as doing the modeling, sought to develop a practical field survey approach to validate the outputs of the connectivity modeling by quantifying functional connectivity, looking for evidence of species actually permeating through a landscape. So again, we had a couple of set hypotheses, looking for whether there is evidence of a species occupying previously unoccupied patches within the study landscape. And we created a simple equation, which is called the survey site selection equations, which you can view fully in the framework document, but also on the slide there. So the first step in this is to identify the potential range of the Adonis Blue. A layer was created that shows the mapped extent of chalk grassland within the defined landscape of the North Kent Downs. Chalk grassland coverage in Kent is variable, and to ensure potential range incorporated only habitat patches of a large enough size to be used by the indicator, only habitat areas larger than 1 hectare were included. This choice of patch size reduced the chance of wasting resources to survey small patches of chalk grassland that would be unlikely to support the Adonis Blue. The next step was to map the known range. Species record data was obtained from the Kent and Medway Biological Record Centre, a focal landscape area polygon was used to select only records within this defined geographic area. The temporal range of records was from 1956 to 2018, and all records pre-2009 were excluded to ensure recent species range was used. The resulting layer contained all Adonis Blue records in the focal landscape between 2009 and 2018. The next step was to create a layer of the known absence of Adonis Blue. Using the layer of all butterfly records in Kent, 1 kilometre grid squares that did not contain any records of Adonis Blue were selected based on survey effort. For each grid square, if butterfly records existed for 3 or more of the 10 years, none of which being Adonis Blue, the species was considered absent from that square. Records did not have to derive from consecutive years or taxa-based surveys. The spatial resolution was chosen at 1 kilometre, as this was a suitable compromise between the resolution and survey effort, providing a resource-to-scale effective approach. Each data source was converted to include all 1 kilometre squares occupied by each dataset. This was done by using a select function for each of the potential range, known range, and known absence layers to create 3 new layers of 1 kilometre squares. This created 3 layers of squares that included chalk grassland of greater than 1 hectare, Adonis Blue records in 3 or more years, and no Adonis Blue records, and at least 3 years of survey effort, respectively. Sorry, I just scrolled through some of the slides.
Just coming up to 5 minutes to go.
Cool. So the next step was to define the spatial and temporal dispersal potential of the chosen indicator species, informed by the dispersal ecology of the focal species. Again, we consulted butterfly conservation to define a distance from occupied grid squares that the indicator species might be expected to disperse in 1 year, deemed up to be 2 kilometres. The known range 1 kilometre grid square layer was then buffered by this distance and used to select from the potential range layer only these squares within the defined dispersal distance. This created the dispersal buffer layer that contained those squares within 2 kilometres of the squares occupied by Adonis Blue. Next, from the potential range layer, all grid squares also present in the known range layer were excluded, and those remaining saved as a new layer. From this, you can see that only grid squares present in the known absence layer were selected. Only these squares present in the dispersal buffer layer were selected and saved as the new layer. This is the final target survey locations layer, containing only grid squares in which patches of habitat suitable for occupancy by Adonis Blue exist, that are within the dispersal distance from the grid squares known to be occupied, and in which sufficient survey effort to confirm absence of Adonis Blue has been reasonably assumed. An additional step was to consider circumstantial features that may hinder the ability to access potential sites. Any 1 kilometre sites for which landowner permission could not be obtained were then excluded. So a total of 40 potentially suitable grid square sites were identified, and we obtained landowner permission for 26 of these. So a total of these 26 sites were surveyed, and we chose 11 sites for adder using the same process, just with the different species. Adonis Blue was found at 17 locations, and then records for 3 of these were accepted, while 14 failed verification by the county recorder, which we'll discuss in the limitations. The most significant outcome of this is that the Adonis Blue was found in locations where it had previously been considered absent, demonstrating the species has now reached these sites and suggesting that sufficient connectivity exists to facilitate dispersal. By selecting species that fit our criteria for selecting landscape scale indicators and applying our survey site equation, the survey approaches developed by the project detected occupation of new habitat patches that were of suitable habitat type. We had a degree of confidence in prior absence, and they are within the anticipated dispersal distance from occupied patches. Having reached the previously unoccupied patches, we infer that habitat connectivity exists for Adonis Blue. Although not all the Adonis Blue records were accepted by county verifiers due to locations lacking any form of records within the last 10 years, locations that warrant further surveillance that might now enable the detection of functional connectivity were identified. We found no new patches occupied by adder, but this was anticipated to a certain extent on the basis of the slow dispersal rate of the species. Surveys conducted by the project have established greater confidence in the baseline absence data for adder at these sites, and have again identified areas that warrant future surveillance and the potential to find more functional connectivity. So limitations. The most significant limitation of the modelling arose from the disparity in the resolution of mapped habitat data between 2003 and 2012, which probably accounts for the significant variation in connectivity observed between these points in time. To resolve this data, modelling should be repeated using consistently mapped data. Circuitscape also does not inherently require input of the known range of the focal species, which can lead to a disconnect between predicted core areas for the species and for the population distribution predicted by the habitat permeability. We address this by using real life distribution data to create the cores on which the models were based. The most significant limitations of the field survey were in the criteria used for record verification for the county recorder and the low number of photographic evidence of suspected Adonis Blue specimens. Previous records of a species in a location where it hasn't previously been seen require photographic records to accept that record, and volunteers were not prior encouraged to take photographic records, which we've now considered critical. And so that's a potential next step, which we'll go on to later. Verification was considered critical to this process and consequently led to only 3 of the 17 locations being considered as reliable indicators of connectivity, though it may be the case that a larger number can be verified in future if there are more photographs taken. We recognize that this approach cannot provide an entirely reliable indicator of species absence. However, by adopting the site survey selection equation approach, sites in which dispersal within a connected landscape of new instances of colonization are most likely to be detected and identified, in which case concerted efforts to establish prior absence can be targeted efficiently. Once absence is more reliably established, these locations can then be monitored ongoing to detect new colonization in locations where the likelihood of detection can be reasonably and confidently anticipated. It was recognized that evidence of completing life cycle in a location is a more meaningful indicator of species presence than occupancy alone, and it was an aspiration of the project to incorporate this into the approach in a second survey season. This was curtailed by the impact of COVID-19 and is considered in next steps and recommendations, which we can see here. So recently, the UK Centre for Ecology and Hydrology have made available consistent and regularly updated land use data, which may offer the opportunity for more robust comparison of connectivity than the existing Kent Habitat Survey data allows. To account for the disconnect between circuitscape predicted cores and the actual species distribution of focal species, it's recommended these cores are based on local expert knowledge of the most important sites for the focal species. Our novel survey approach assessed functional connectivity will benefit from being trialed and developed more widely within conservation community, and we really encourage others to adopt and give feedback on this on its implementation. Confidence in its results can be enhanced by adopting it for long-term monitoring and to first identify locations where the likelihood of detection can be reasonably confidently anticipated. We need a greater emphasis on the encouragement of volunteers to examine and photograph specimens in the field, and an awareness of a need to place less weight on the previous records of the species. We need to enhance how meaningfully occupancy data can indicate functional connectivity. Gathering data to evidence of focal species completing each stage in its life cycle is considered highly desirable. This will provide far greater confidence in the detection of viable populations establishing. Also, the development of a field survey app using platforms such as Mergin would allow for a custom recording form to be set up with automated storage in a geospatial database, which will be of substantial benefit to the approach. So this continued use of connectivity modeling approaches, coupled with the use of a novel field survey approach, offers a great starting point for conservation organizations to design and carry out landscape scale field surveys of connectivity, which go beyond simply modeling them, the potential, theoretical, and likelihood of landscapes providing enhanced connectivity as a result of conservation action. Validating these models with field survey data will improve their subsequent use and application, and enhancing the strength of evidence for further improvement and the effectiveness of landscape scale conservation action. So thank you very much. And that's my chapter done.
Brilliant, Robbie, thank you. Huge amount to cover in that 25 minutes, so well done for managing to do that. Brilliant, so we'll move straight on to welcome Lawrence back with Alana, too. So Alana was our assistant ecology volunteer officer for this project. She's now dealing with our State of Nature in Kent report, and soon thereafter to be looking after all of our volunteers going forwards. So Lawrence and Alana are going to discuss around the theme of biodiversity when you're ready.
Thank you, Chloe. So this is the biodiversity chapter. Metrics of biodiversity are key to understanding the outcomes of landscape scale conservation. A frequent suggestion by stakeholders during our consultations was that extracting county and/or landscape scale data from national data sets might provide suitable data for biodiversity monitoring at these landscape scales. Consequently, this chapter of our framework examines whether and how data sets from national, structured and unstructured monitoring schemes can be used to assess populations at the county or landscape scale. We focused on two key areas. First, we reviewed contemporary statistical techniques applied to these types of data, which allow them to be used at smaller scales in order to provide stakeholders with an up-to-date picture of the potential application of national scale data to landscape and county scale biodiversity trend assessment. Secondly, we developed a practical approach to monitoring species populations at the landscape scale. Again, we followed our four-point process of stakeholder consultation, audit and gap analysis, development and testing, and generating outputs. So for this particular chapter, during the stakeholder consultations, stakeholders prioritized biodiversity trend assessment as a key theme in landscape scale monitoring. They expressed a desire to investigate the application of national monitoring scheme data to biodiversity trend assessment at a landscape scale, as I mentioned, and was specifically interested in this type of monitoring across the 70% of the UK land surface that is used for agriculture. In the audit and gap analysis, the project reviewed a range of existing biodiversity monitoring schemes and considered their potential application to assessing species trends at landscape scales. In the development and testing stage, two key factors were recognised. So first, the organisations typically do not have the resources for structured surveys at a landscape or county scale, which has sort of come up several times so far today. And secondly, that the abundance-occupancy relationship, which is one of the most well-documented relationships in macroecology, could serve as a reliable basis for building an approach, primarily because occupancy monitoring is considerably more efficient than structured surveys when deployed at the landscape scale. And the two key outputs from this chapter were firstly, a case study of landscape scale monitoring across farmland, and secondly, a review of recent advances in the application of national data sets to the assessment of landscape scale trends. So a bit more deep dive into the audit and gap analysis then. So we conducted a comparative analysis of the potential for structured and unstructured monitoring schemes to be used at landscape scale. Many of these national surveys are well-established monitoring and recording schemes. You'll recognise many of them there in the table. However, there are challenges to using these national data sets at smaller scales, as they do not consistently provide sufficient sampling effort, replication and statistical power for the assessment of trends at smaller scales. So modern statistical and modelling approaches can provide solutions, but accessibility to these techniques needs to be improved for routine practical application by ecologists and non-academic organisations. Unstructured surveys do not usually have a standardised sampling design with consistent survey effort in specified locations. Instead, they're more opportunistic. So examples include the National Amphibian and Reptile Recording Scheme, British Dragonfly Monitoring Scheme, Hoverfly Recording Scheme, or Sea Life Survey. And this is a non-exhaustive list here in the table. There are others. So data sets of that result from unstructured surveys are often very large, but the unstructured nature of these surveys means that while spatial distribution trends can be measured, it is far more difficult to measure population change. Moreover, there is rarely consistent localized spatial coverage which is required for landscape scale monitoring. Structured surveys, in contrast, do have a more consistent standardized sampling design, which can be used to assess both spatial and temporal trends in species populations. So examples include the Breeding Bird Survey, UK Butterfly Monitoring Scheme, National Plant Monitoring Scheme, or National Pollinator Monitoring Scheme. Unfortunately, these methods, though, are not resourced adequately to provide sufficient coverage to assess population trends at county or landscape scales. As previously mentioned, advanced statistical techniques that enable both types of survey data to be combined to enable trend assessment at these smaller scales are typically out of reach of non-academic organizations. So given these considerations, our project investigated other approaches for species monitoring at the landscape scale. The application of species occupancy or distribution mapping at site scales and to attributes of habitat condition is increasingly being adopted by practitioners. I'll point you towards, for example, Meakin 2014, Great Nut Hunt at Lower Woods, or Meakin and McConnell 2018, Obstacles to Gathering Conservation Evidence from the Monitoring of Nature Reserves, a Spatial Solution. Species occupancy or distribution mapping is commonly used to determine species coverage and is widely applied in conservation practice, both at national and county scales, to produce atlases. Atlases provide a basis for periodic review of the distribution of species within a taxonomic group. Atlas datasets now cover over 10,000 species of plants and animals in the UK. Complete coverage can be achieved by scaling sampling resolution to resource availability, and spatially referenced data overcomes some of the issues associated with other approaches. Whilst the spatial resolution of existing atlases are generally too coarse for local applications, rescaling this sampling resolution for landscape scale monitoring could provide a robust basis on which to design a survey approach. So this type of survey is based on the occupancy abundance relationship. As mentioned, one of the best documented concepts in macroecology, which posits that species declining in abundance tend to show declines in the number of sites they occupy as well. Whilst conversely, species increasing in abundance tend to increase in occupancy. So we applied this approach to monitor farmland bird populations in the Upper Belt Farmer Cluster in Kent, which Alana will talk about shortly. So as mentioned, national biological recording schemes provide some of the best available data for assessing national trends in species populations, whilst long-term national monitoring schemes generate high quality, structured data. Frequently and on an annual basis, they're often taxonomically and geographically restricted, or data is collected at an insufficient resolution for subnational scales. So to delve into this a little bit more, we did an analysis of some breeding bird survey data. This is one of the most extensively monitored groups nationally. The BTO advised that county scale species trend assessment is reliable for species that occupy at least 30 breeding bird survey squares per year, averaged over the time series and adjusted for declining species that started with at least 30 occupied squares. So we carried out a simple analysis of bird species occupancy in breeding bird survey squares in Kent between 1994 and 2019. We found that of the 172 species for which data exists for Kent, just 41 or 24% had sufficient occupancy to merit reliable trend analysis at county scale. As might be expected, these were typically common species of least conservation concern, with a few exceptions, and most are not frequently the target of conservation intervention. Furthermore, few of these species have the ecological characteristics that meet our criteria that we developed for selecting landscape scale indicator species, which Paul talked about earlier this morning. Another promising data source is opportunistic or random biological records, which are typically unstructured and inherently spatially and temporally biased, yet generate large data sets even at local scales. These data sets, such as those collected through citizen science mobile applications, hold great potential for addressing large-scale questions about biodiversity change. Records are usually fed into GBIF, making the data accessible and freely available for use. However, records are usually collected by citizen scientists at times and places that suit them, and this can lead to inherent sampling bias, which must be controlled for during statistical analysis of the data. In general, use of unstructured citizen science datasets is still quite limited amongst conservation practitioners due to the scarcity of analytical methods, scarcity of software and tools, and in addition to the challenges associated with reducing that inherent sampling bias. So in the report, we provide quite a detailed review of several contemporary statistical techniques which have been used to analyse population trends using structured and unstructured national datasets. In short, we found that these models cannot fully reduce the effects of sampling bias with small datasets. They are computationally costly. Detailed methods, code, or software is only available for half of these. And the most well-documented approach, which is species distribution models, really only predicts spatial suitability rather than estimating trends in abundance or population size, spatially or temporally.
Thank you. So I'm going to talk a bit about the case study today.
Oh, sorry, Alana, I've accidentally flicked forward. I am still going.
Keep going.
I'll just be 1 more minute. Are we up to? Yes, so typically the types of analytical techniques required are out of reach of conservation practitioners in organisations like wildlife trusts. As a result of networks developed through this project, Kent Wildlife Trust is now a partner in a knowledge exchange fellowship with the UK Centre for Ecology and Hydrology based at Lancaster University. So this project, which is just in its inception at the moment, aims to translate these methodological advances in biodiversity monitoring and analysis into a form that is directly accessible to data holders, land managers, policy makers, and conservation practitioners. So we're very excited about this project, and we'll be hearing more on this from our guest speaker, Dr. Francesca Mancini, this afternoon. So I will now hand over to Alana to talk us through the case study for this chapter.
Thank you. Sorry about that.
Alana, before you start, I'll just let you know you're just about to get to halfway through.
Okay, thank you. Yeah, so I'll be talking a bit about the case study, so monitoring the farmland bird distribution in the Upper Belt Farmer Cluster. So since the contemporary statistical approaches to using national data sets to assess trends at local scales remain out of reach at present, we focused on developing a practical field survey approach for efficiently monitoring biodiversity at the landscape scale. So at the workshops, which have been mentioned previously, which were convened by the project, collectively had 60 conservation practitioners representing 37 organisations, and they prioritised the question, are species distributions increasing? And discussion frequently turned to addressing the lack of evidence of conservation outcomes in a farmed landscape. So approximately 70% of the UK is under some form of agricultural management, and the farmers and landowners who rely on these landscapes must be engaged to ensure these habitats are managed positively for wildlife. So that land is devoted to agriculture consists of arable land and pastures, and as well as semi-natural habitats such as hedgerows and field margins that provide the food and shelter for birds in the UK. And there's a widespread concern over the decline in farmland bird numbers. For example, in 2019, the England Farmland Bird Index was 42% of its 1970 value. So, and even more alarming in that is the declining species are now the farmland specialists. So, for example, turtle dove, tree sparrow, grey partridge, corn bunting, and starling populations are at 20% of their 1970 values. So currently, as an organisation, Kent Wildlife Trust doesn't have a way of monitoring these populations at the landscape scale in Kent, and the best available data set is at a whole county scale, so that's the whole Kent Bird Atlas. And there's a growing recognition that collaborative working in a geographic area can achieve more than working in isolation, and these farmer clusters are increasingly being facilitated by conservation organisations as a collaborative means to achieve landscape scale, conservation outcomes and mutual goals. And so with Kent Wildlife Trust, we've been instrumental in setting up and promoting new farmer clusters across Kent. And these cluster groups help farmers and land managers to work together to deliver more for wildlife and the environment than one individual could achieve alone. This is the case study map. And so in order to address the stakeholder suggestions and the challenges of monitoring large tracts of agricultural land, the focal landscape chosen for the development of this particular approach was the farmed landscape encompassed by the Upper Belt Farmer Cluster. This cluster was established in 2019 in partnership with Southern Water. And as a farmer cluster, we have a farmer cluster officer from Kent Wildlife Trust who works directly with the farmers to establish long-term efforts to help protect and improve the water quality, soil health, and biodiversity in this area. So when we first approached the cluster, it was in its early stages of development, and we presented members with our proposed practical approach. By presenting it at an early stage, it allowed us to co-design the approach in consultation with these cluster members and also determine what support was required. So this project in particular with this group, it sought to develop a practical approach to assessing species abundance using occupancy as a means of overcoming the challenges of resourcing sufficient structured survey effort to monitor abundance at the landscape scales. And so as you can see from this map, the study landscape was defined as the extent of the project area of the Upper Belt Farmer Cluster, and the participating farms are shown in colour. Next slide, please. Thank you. So we're going back to what everyone has kind of referred to today as the landscape monitoring framework. And the development of this particular approach followed the series of logical steps set out in our framework. From the beginning, it was important to define the focal landscape, so the Upper Belt Farmer Cluster, the monitoring theme, trends in biodiversity, and articulate the specific objective, question, or hypothesis, and ensure the monitoring program has the required attributes, and we select appropriate indicators and metrics. So, as I said before, the aim of this particular approach was to develop and test a way of determining trends in species abundance using occupancy as a proxy. And we recognised that the Upper Belt Farm Cluster was in its infancy and had patchy membership in the early stages. So the primary objective for the project was to test the application of the approach rather than to achieve a comprehensive survey of the entire landscape, which was shown before. So other additional objectives which we really wanted to look at as well in this project was supporting the development of relationships with the cluster members, developing our expertise in monitoring on land outside of Kent Wildlife Trust Reserve Network, and also to explore opportunities for further partnership working after the project. In terms of the data requirements, it was occupancy, so the presence or absence of target species occupying patches of habitat at a defined spatial resolution within the focal landscape. And we chose a spatial resolution of 1 kilometre squares to facilitate a resource to scale effective approach. And though it accepted that it may be too coarse or to provide detailed resolution at smaller sub-county landscape scales, we encourage individual studies should consider an appropriate resolution for the requirements of their study landscapes and with their resource constraints. So then we move on to looking at the survey season and selecting the indicator species. So in particular, our approach was monitoring the occupancy of farmland birds in the breeding season and also including mammals, plants, and insects. So often more birds are present on farmland in winter than in summer. And this is because birds aggregate into large flocks in the winter, which are more noticeable when they're scattered across the farmland during the breeding season. Also, many more species move to Britain from Northern Europe to avoid the harsher winter weather on the continent, and numbers seen on farmland landscapes in the winter are therefore very variable and often more on a reflection on breeding success outside of the UK. And breeding population counts as much more reliable means of monitoring population changes in response to landscape scale management in the UK. But however, in light of the COVID-19 pandemic, it was not possible to conduct our surveys during the breeding or flowering and flight seasons within the project timeframe. So then we focused had to be focused on the winter season. And given it was the purpose of the project was to design and test the approach, we recognised that there was real value in still testing and developing all elements of the approach, except for the appropriate survey timing. So yeah, surveys were conducted during winter 2020-21. In terms of birds, we use the DEFRA farmland bird indicator, which formed the basis of our species selection. And this farmland category includes 28 species. 6 of these were too rare to be monitored by general survey methods. 2 are introduced species, and 1 is the barn owl, which is nocturnal, so these species were excluded. But the indicator species selection was augmented by the consideration of birds of conservation concern, in light of the area we were looking at, so the wetland management objectives within the landscape. So we selected some species that rely on riparian habitats. And we also consulted with the local experts through our project technical advisory group. And we also wanted to include some common and more generalist species to promote surveyor enthusiasm and motivation. So rather focusing only on those less common species which were less likely to be encountered by the surveyors. And the survey in winter also included mammals, and if you want more details on how we chose those species, that can be found in the framework document. So with survey design and method, from the outset the survey was designed collaboratively between the project team, the Kent Wildlife Trust Farmer Cluster Officer, Southern Water, and the farmers in that cluster. And at that outset, a partnership agreement was established, and all organisations took responsibility for providing guidance, feedback, and promoting the survey. And as a team, we attended farmer cluster meetings to engage with the farmers and landowners about the wildlife on their farms, biological recording, and their proposed survey approach. And we even asked the members to complete a short digital survey on the wildlife on their farm and the biological recording activity they do. So some of the results are on the screen. So just under 30% of farmers regularly recorded wildlife on their farms. And typically this was done via paper records, photography, or making a mental note. And the most common reason for not recording wildlife was a lack of time, resources, or lack of confidence in identifying the wildlife. But farmers did identify a wide range of wildlife present on their farm and outlined a range of species they would like to see benefit. And these results really helped inform the development of our approach, which was presented to members for comment again at a second meeting. At this point, they were asked to consider the inclusion of their farm in the survey, their desire to undertake surveys themselves, and also the willingness to allow volunteers to come to conduct surveys on their land. And we had a total of 13 farmers expressed a desire to be involved in the survey, and of these, 2/3 were willing to conduct the surveys, with the remaining third willing to grant access to volunteer surveyors. Farmers also provided details of site-specific access restrictions or health and safety considerations, and they were also consulted on their confidence in identification of the target indicator species list we had created, and this helped develop the training resources that were provided. Moving on as well to kind of what resources they had, it was established that some farmers were willing to conduct the surveys themselves, whereas others needed to have volunteer surveyors come and do the survey. And a total of 15 surveyors took part over that winter period, and it included both members of the farmer cluster and volunteers. Frequently, conservation organisations rely on volunteers for ecological surveys, and the collaborative approach developed here provided the opportunity to build new partnerships and marketing to support the recruitment of new volunteers, including representatives from the agricultural community. It also reduced the reliance on the recruitment of volunteers by engaging the farmers themselves in the survey, and it has the potential to enhance the sustainability of monitoring, fostering engagement, and developing the knowledge and expertise of these private landowners. So the survey packs were compiled with concise documents, including some of the maps shown on the screen, recording forms, and species identification materials. And a key aim of the approach was to develop training to improve the skills and knowledge and to enhance the sustainability of monitoring at organisational and landscape scales, which would then create longer lasting, mutually beneficial engagement. In addition, it was critical to establish confidence in the data collected, and volunteers were required to attend survey and species ID training sessions, which were led by the project team and included both classroom and field-based training. So a variety of established survey methods were considered for the method of our survey. And for birds, this included tetrad transect surveys following the BTO breeding bird survey, the common bird census, territory mapping approach, point counts, casual recording, to name a few. But a transect-based survey method was adopted based on a 1 kilometre square resolution. with the route designed to encompass the range of habitats found in each square and within the constraint of following field edges to avoid trampling winter crops. And the surveyors were asked to conduct one survey visit to each square per week from November 2020 to February 2021. And they were conducted any time between dawn and dusk and only carried out in good weather. So the surveyors walked the transect, noting down presence or absence of the target species within the relevant 1 kilometre square. And they were also encouraged to estimate counts. So this was not considered essential for the occupancy mapping exercise, but was a good thing to include. So following data collection, a 3-step verification process was adopted. A concise target species list, training, and identifying likely confusion species was the first step in maximizing the accuracy of our records. All data was also subject to secondary verification by suitably experienced project staff. And lastly, data was submitted to the relevant county recorder for verification. Due to the project timeframe and the constraints, the data presented here pass steps 1 and 2, and analysis will only be considered robust once step 3 has been completed. So if we have a look at some of the results.
4 minutes left, Alana.
Okay, thank you. So this is our case study results. There was a total of 18 1 kilometre squares surveyed within the landscape, with a 20 of a possible 22 species recorded. And you can see the species richness of target bird and mammal species recorded over the landscape. So adjusting the survey period enables us to achieve the aim of testing this survey approach. And while it constrained the scope and the usefulness of the data collected, the primary objective of mapping species distribution as present or absent was met. I can also quickly show as well, these are, you can see further in the project framework document, but that shows the 1 kilometre distribution and the abundance of the target bird species. But moving on to limitations. We feel that several limitations must be addressed to ensure robust and reliable trend estimates can be determined by this field survey approach. So firstly, the surveys must be carried out during the bird breeding season or the insect flight season or plant flowering season. And for this, it wasn't possible. For us, it wasn't possible due to the COVID pandemic. Second, spatial coverage should be comprehensive as possible, and due to the patchy participation of landowners in the farmer clusters and the varying participation of the farmers in these surveys, our surveys had gaps. And thirdly, it had been intended to validate the occupancy abundance relationship with the abundance data collected using the breeding bird survey methodology in a sample of grid squares. However, again, due to the pandemic, this was not possible. So if we look at the next steps and recommendations, for the field survey, we want to test this approach as originally intended in the typical survey season for the target species. We want a comprehensive implementation which also tests the occupancy abundance relationship using mixed survey methods. It's possible that a species range may increase while abundance in occupied squares decreases, and this appears to be a common pattern in European butterflies, for example. So occupancy trends tend to underestimate abundance trends, and this needs to be fully understood. So more research is needed on the relationship between occupancy and abundance trends in wildlife generally. Also, the development of a field survey app, so using a platform such as Input or QField, which allows a custom recording form to be set up with automated storage in a geospatial database. And in terms of application of national data sets, the assessment of biodiversity trends. We want it to be widely and practically applied among the conservation practitioner community. The statistical advances in the combined use of structured and opportunistic data need to be made readily available to ecologists through the development of flexible and easy to use software, and the establish knowledge transfer process at the academic practitioner actioner interface. And also further efforts need to be made to close the research implementation gap by testing advanced approaches to using national data sets in monitoring efforts by conservation practitioners. There's still drawbacks to existing methods we've discussed, especially surrounding the effects of sampling bias on model results. And as a result of networks formed, as Lawrence mentioned, we're invited to become a partner in the National Environment Research Council funded Knowledge Exchange Fellowship, which has been led by the Centre for Ecology and Hydrology. And this project will bring recent advances in statistical techniques for the use of existing structured and opportunistic survey data for species trend assessment at subnational scales within reach of non-academic practitioners through knowledge transfer and the development of accessible tools. So if just quickly go into the synthesis and application. So we want to train volunteers to survey target species of bird and mammals, enable the project to map species distributions at a 1 kilometre resolution across a farm landscape. And if this approach can be validated and tested further, it has the potential to offer a monitoring solution to enable landscape scale determination of trends in biodiversity. However, the potential application of existing national datasets to the assessment of county and sub-county scale trends appears to offer both a more sustainable and statistically powerful approach, and this potential should be fully explored as a priority before further development of a field survey approach is undertaken. And we recommend that practitioners seek to gain knowledge and understanding of the application of these techniques. And yeah, we'll look forward to learning more about these approaches this afternoon. Thank you.
Brilliant. Thank you, Lawrence and Alana. And again, a lot to cram in to that 25/30-minute session, but really good overview of our approach there and how we utilised farmer clusters and the potential. Right, we're going to go straight into the third talk in this second session. And we're back to Paul now, who is going to talk around ecosystem function. Over to you, Paul.
Thank you, Chloe. Just to let everybody know, I have been trying to fix the issues with my sound in the meantime, and I'm not sure it's worked, I'm afraid. So please bear with me. And if anybody wants to know more outside of the conference, then please don't hesitate to get in touch. So the last section of our framework is around ecosystem function, which you can find in chapter 8. And I'm sure I don't need to tell you that ecosystem function is a hugely complex topic. And so while ecosystem function wasn't prioritised by the stakeholders, it was considered by Kent Wildlife Trust as something really important for us to try and develop an approach to monitoring. So we started by trying to develop an overview of ecosystem services and functions. And the approach that we've developed through the project recognised the link between biodiversity and function. We recognised insects as a critical component of ecosystem function. And in light of the complexity of developing approaches to monitoring a whole bunch of different ecosystem functions, we chose to focus on insects, capitalising on the current attention focused on insect decline and the potential for landscape scale conservation to deliver positive outcomes for insects and for ecosystem services. So I'm sure you know that a wealth of ecosystem functions are provided by insects. They're absolutely critical component of function. They're far more important than large-bodied fauna in terms of biomass, bioabundance, and diversity, and make up the greatest proportion of life on Earth. We know that in the UK, for example, wider countryside butterfly species have declined by 46% and habitat specialists by 70%. The functional effect of insect decline is increasingly apparent, with once common insectivorous birds like nightingales, grey partridge, spotted flycatcher showing huge declines. And we know that a growing body of evidence highlights population declines in insects and other invertebrates globally. But we don't know for sure whether similar reductions are happening in the UK, and we know that patterns and trends are nuanced, and in fact, some insects are increasing while others are declining. The best data in the UK are for taxa with well-established recording schemes for butterflies and moths, for example. We know they're broadly in decline, particularly in farmland and particularly in the south. We know that bees and hoverflies have shown range contractions, but for most insect groups in the UK, long-term monitoring data that allows us to assess population trends just doesn't exist. So we tested an innovative invertebrate sampling technique conducted by citizen scientists to look at invertebrate abundance, to try and use this as a metric for ecosystem services that they provide in the southeast of England over a 15-year time frame. So we were trying to address this lack of data for invertebrates in Kent and potentially more widely, and to address some of the limitations of the methodology that we chose, and to assess the potential of the method to provide a long-term solution for monitoring landscape scale outcomes in terms of the function provided by insects. So the method that we've used is based on something known as the windscreen phenomenon, which is this anecdotal observation that we tend to find fewer insects squashed on our car windscreens and number plates than we did maybe a decade or several decades ago. And this effect has been ascribed to major declines in insects. And the approach, or the method, the equipment is known as the splatometer, which some of you may be familiar with, from a survey first run in 2004 by the RSPB, but has never been repeated until now. So the principle is quite simple. When you take a journey in your car, you first clean the number plate, and using the splatometer, which is a standardized counting grid, which has a standard area, the holes you can see on the screen, they're cut out in a template, held over the number plate, is used to count the number of insects squashed on the number plate once you have completed a journey. So we attempted to use this in Kent in 2019, and this is what we found. This is the spatial variation in insect abundance, defined as the rate of bug splatter rate, and how it's spatially distributed according to the road network. So you can see the darker areas are where more insects were sampled by cars, and the wider tracts are where we had the greater number of journeys. So this was very interesting. We were able to show a spatial variation in invertebrate or insect abundance. But the key finding was really this, that we found 50% fewer insects squashed on car number plate in 2019 than in Kent than there were found in 2004 in the southeast of England, which is shocking, but not unexpected. That difference of 50% was statistically significant, and we attempted to address a criticism that had been leveled at the methodology, which is around the fact that modern cars are perhaps more aerodynamic than they were in the past. And people ask, well, might this explain a perceived decline in the number of insects squashed? And in fact, maybe it's not real. So to address this, we actively recruited classic car owners to take part in the survey. So enable us to collect data from vehicles ranging in age from 1957 to 2018. So we were then able to factor vehicle age into the analysis, which had not been done previously. We actually found a small but statistically significant positive relationship between vehicle age and splat density, or number of insects, suggesting actually that modern cars actually sample more insects than older cars. And when you think about it, the principle actually makes a lot of sense in terms of the physics. If a car is more aerodynamic, then it will in fact displace less air around it, and therefore fewer insects that are in that airstream, resulting in more insects being splattered or sampled by newer cars. So if there was no change in insect numbers, we would actually expect to find more rather than fewer insects on cars. So we think this suggests that the signal from the difference in insect abundance is strong enough to be apparent, in spite of the fact that newer vehicles are actually more efficient at sampling insects. So that's what we did as part of the project. But we recognized that there were still quite a lot of limitations to the approach. We ran our survey using paper forms and spreadsheets. This, it was a pilot study in 1 year of the project, but this isn't really conducive to mass participation on the kind of scale that we really think we need to maximize the potential of this approach and the geographic coverage we could achieve and the relevance of the data collected. So to address this, we next drafted a specification for a mobile app. We secured additional funding and appointed a developer. Developing an app would have other advantages in terms of the data entry and processing time. But the key thing really was that we recognized that what we have done so far doesn't constitute a decline or a trend. All we've done is to simply compare numbers between 2 points in time. And to really understand what's going on, we need to monitor insects thoroughly every year over a long time frame to reveal what if any trend there really is. Because as you can see from the graph presented here, simply comparing 2 points in time has the potential to give you wildly different interpretations of the data. So long-term trend data is required. So as I said, we have developed an app which is now available. It's available both on iOS and Android. We developed in we paid Natural Aptitude to develop the app for us, and this is what it looks like. So it enables much more accessible participation in the survey. It's free to download. Once you download, you sign up and you receive your splatometer counting grid in the post, and the app enables you to record and track any journey you take in a car and to input the count of insects that you make on the number plates. And so this has launched this year on the 1st of June, which we're very excited about. And the app has enabled us to address even more of the limitations of the original survey approach. So for example, in the 2004 survey, there was no guidance offered on the length of journey that was suitable. So it was found that lots of people, when they went on holiday, thought, oh, I'm doing a big journey, I'll do it now. But what that meant is that the data wasn't resolved to scales really smaller than regional, sort of southeast, northwest kind of scales. So we offered guidance and made it very clear that both short and long journeys are equally important, and that would enable us to show greater resolution in spatial variation. We looked at vehicle age in our study, but taking that one step further, the app we've developed makes use of a vehicle registration API lookup service, so that we're not only going to be able to factor vehicle age, but also the body style, the shape of vehicles into the analysis. And it's that which we think might be critical to make sure we've accounted for. You can imagine, for example, Land Rovers haven't changed much in their design over the years, but perhaps the Ford something or other else has. So it's the actual shape of the vehicles that might be having a significant effect on the rate of sampling. Journey speed wasn't factored into the original study or in our 2019 study, but the app will enable us to at least generate an average journey speed so that we can determine whether or not fast or slow journeys are having an impact on independently of the number of insects sampled. And we also now plan to use road traffic statistics. Another suggestion or criticism perhaps is that with more traffic on the road, does that mean that fewer insects are sampled by individual cars because the cars passing in front of them have actually already sampled those insects? So we plan to factor historic road traffic statistics into the analysis going forward. And the key thing really is that now we have this app and the ability to make the survey accessible to more people going forward. As we build a bigger data set over a number of years, we will begin to be able to look at the assessment of trends in insect numbers.
We're halfway through, Paul.
Okay, thank you. So, as I said, we have launched this survey now nationally. We're really excited about this. We are now working in partnership with Essex, Somerset and Gwent Wildlife Trust, along with BugLife, to launch the survey with support from the RSPB who developed the idea originally. And what you're seeing here on the screen on the left-hand side, this is a map showing abundance data from the 2004 survey, which we can see is only resolved to sort of regional scales. The darker green is where abundance was greater and the lighter green where it was less. We've plugged a tiny gap in the data in 2019 for Kent. But going forward, the survey is now taking place nationally, and we hope to be able to add another data point to the graph and look at abundance of insects sampled by cars nationally in 2021 and going forward. And we're really pleased and excited with the kind of the impact that we've had so far. the original findings of our survey in 2019 were featured on various media outlets. We were on Channel 4 News and The Guardian, etc., and hugely excited that we've featured on Springwatch this year. And we would really encourage anyone and everyone to take a look and download the app and to support its use, because we think it's got huge potential to enable us to generate long-term trend data for insect abundance as a proxy for the ecosystem services they provide in the UK. And hopefully I've caught up a bit on time. I think that's it from me.
Brilliant. Yes, you have indeed, which is great. Thank you so much. Yeah, as Paul says, very exciting developments as part of the legacy of Nature's Sure Connected on the Bugs Matter app. Brilliant. Thank you to all of the team for presenting in that second session. As we've mentioned, so much work has been done over the last 3 years. Very difficult to cram it down into less than half an hour, but you've done a stellar job of decanting that, hopefully, to give everyone an overview. And again, we'll direct you to the website to download the full framework document to find out the detail. Right, so before lunch, we've got some time for some questions. So as a reminder, we've got the Q&A function on Zoom, through which you can submit questions. You can do them in the chat if that's easier, or as I mentioned earlier, if anyone wants to raise a hand and vocalize a question, we can enable that as well. I don't currently have any questions, so if anyone has any, please do pose them now. It's a lot to digest, I appreciate, and we will have a further question session after our 2 guest speakers this afternoon. So as mentioned earlier, if you would like to digest over lunchtime and the rest of this afternoon, then there will be time to reflect on earlier sessions in the designated question part this afternoon also. Right, so we've got a question around the app, the Bugs Matter app, regarding the data that we've received so far. So Robbie, are you best placed to potentially answer that one, as you're in charge of all the data stuff?
Can do. I have no. What's the question actually asking? I can't see it.
It's asking how much data have we got so far via the app?
So we've had almost 5,000 signups so far, and the project's been running for just over 2 weeks, and we've had 2,000 journeys registered across the entire country, some spanning from London to the Lake District, and some just going to the local shop. So yeah, there's a good amount coming in so far. We've got another 2 months, so hoping to get a really good number of journeys and really good engagement, and then we can really use that to get a really clear picture of sort of bugs all over the UK, let alone just Kent.
Brilliant. Thanks, Robbie. Yeah, we are, as Paul mentioned earlier, really excited about the potential of the app, and yeah, very grateful for assistance from our other county wildlife trusts and Bug Life for helping us get it to a wider audience. So keep your eyes posted later in the year when we'll be reporting on the use over this survey season and what we found. Do we have any other questions? Okay, I'm going to give it a couple of minutes just in case anyone is processing anything they're keen to ask. Otherwise, we'll just briefly go to what we're doing after lunch. So we may well be going for a slightly earlier lunch break, a slightly extended lunch break. got another question, which I'll go to now. Kathy has asked, have we got farmers to put splatometers on their tractors? Field invertebrate abundance would be interesting. That would be interesting, Alana.
It's not something we currently have, but that's a very good idea, and I think we should probably do that.
Yeah, I think the potential for who could use a splatometer is almost endless, isn't it? So yeah, for future years, there's lots of groups of people that we could definitely engage with.
Guy, if I could jump in, Chloe.
Of course, yeah.
One of the things that we're really keen to investigate with the whole methodology is there a speed threshold above and below which insects are not sampled at all or sampled differently? I wonder if the kind of speed that tractors are driving across fields might be too slow to actually cause them to be sampled by the impact. But there are certainly other ideas that are being discussed around other ways of being able to gather this kind of data outside of the road network. So when the idea was originally conceived, one of the original hopes was that perhaps you could stick a sticky, double-sided piece of sticky plastic on a number plate or on a car that could then be taken off and sent away for not just counting the insects that were sampled, but also to an extent be able to identify them. I think that didn't go anywhere because unsurprisingly, sticking something on a number plate was considered perhaps not within the law. But some of the other ideas that are being talked about are around whether or not you could do that using trains and stick something onto the window of a train, or even just use the splatometer on a train. But the train network obviously provides an existing network of predefined standard transects that you might sample over, and there are link ups to make with companies with fleets of vehicles, for example. Off the top of my head, I'm not quite sure how we would get into the wider landscape outside of road networks, because we need to determine that speed threshold thing. I think it might just be that tractors are too slow, but there are definitely other things that we could consider. There are many insect sampling techniques that involve vehicles, like chucking a net out of the window. Maybe we could get farmers doing that. I don't know, but it's a great idea, Kathy. Thank you.
Brilliant. And Kathy's also had another brilliant question, which is around road type and how we sort of factor that into the analysis, I guess. Would like to.
Yeah, so the app or the technology behind the app will enable us to classify the roads on which the journey was made. At the moment, it's Robbie, you might jump in. I think it's a 4-level classification of A roads, B roads, single track, country lane sort of thing, and whatever the other one is. I can't remember. Robbie, can you help me out?
Motorways specified as well.
That's the one. Yeah, those major roads. So yes, we will be able to factor the percentage breakdown of road classes taken on each journey into the analysis. Yes, but what is very well, it's at the moment it's not possible to link the rate of sampling to that makeup within a journey, because we can only simply count how many insects there were at the end of the journey, unless we ask people to stop and count when they change between a single track road and a motorway, which is clearly not practical. So at the moment, that's a little bit out of scope, I think.
Brilliant. Thank you very much. Right. Nothing else coming through currently. So I'll go back to, in case anything else wants to pop up in the interim, I'll go back to just mentioning this afternoon's session. So our third and final session of the day, as I mentioned at the beginning, we've got 2 fantastic guest speakers lined up, both from the Centre for Ecology and Hydrology. Dr. Francesca Mancini and Dr. Paul Schofield, and they'll both be sharing with us some different insights on landscape scale monitoring. So hopefully you can all return after lunch. We'll also be touching upon thereafter sort of the wider applications of the project, as we mentioned earlier, before we close by 3:30 this afternoon. We are sort of asking our delegates on the Bugs Matter theme. We would love you to, over your lunch break, perhaps find the app in your relevant app store, download it and sign up to get hold of your splatometer to enable you to take part over the summer. That would be amazing. Please do share that amongst your contacts and networks as well. The more data we get, the better it's going to be. So you should be able to find it very easily in your app store by just searching Bugs Matter. If you also go, I think Robbie has put links into the chat here for more specific link ups to where to get it and for further information on our website. So please do explore those, share those. That would be amazing. And otherwise, on that note, we'll have a little bit of an extended lunch break. We can have a full hour and we'll return here at 2 o'clock for our guest speakers and the wrap up on the practical framework. So we hope to see you all this afternoon. Have a good lunch break, download Bugs Matter, also go get some sunshine, hopefully, and we'll catch you in an hour. Thank you. Right, welcome back, everyone. Hopefully you all had a nice break over lunchtime, and hopefully we'll see a little spike in our sign-ups for Bugs Matter when we look at the dates at a later point. Welcome back to the final session of the Nature's Sure Connected end of project conference. Unfortunately, we've just received some news that our second guest speaker, Dr. Paul Schofield, is likely not going to be joining us today. We believe he is unwell, which is a shame. But we have a fantastic guest speaker in Francesca, so we look forward to hearing from her very shortly. Just to reiterate the housekeeping, the same as this morning, but in case anyone wasn't there, we have the question and answer facility on Zoom here. So please, if you have any questions based upon what Francesca is going to tell us in the next half an hour, please do put them there. And as I mentioned earlier, any reflections and questions based upon the numerous talks that you heard this morning about our practical framework, still scope and time to cover those now that we've just got the one guest speaker too. So please do put those in the Q&A facility or drop them in the chat. And as I say, we can enable the raise hand and vocalize your question if anyone is feeling particularly that they want to make themselves known to us all. So brilliant. So we will just press on with our guest speaker then. So Francesca is from the Centre for Ecology and Hydrology. We're so pleased to have her here today. She is an ecological modeler researching drivers of biodiversity change. And she's done a lot of work using statistical models to derive trends in species distribution and investigate the impacts of environmental change. And as was mentioned a few times throughout this morning, a part of the legacy of the Nature's Sure Connected project is that we've connected with Francesca and the work that she does. And we're now partners in the new Knowledge Exchange Fellowship that she's taking forward, which hopefully she's going to detail a little bit about today. So if you're ready, Francesca, I will hand over to you.
Yep. Thank you. Just going to share my screen now. Here we go. Can you see my full presentation?
Yeah, perfect.
Great, fantastic. Thank you very much for the introduction, Chloe. Good afternoon, everyone. So today I'm going to give you a very brief overview of some of the work that we've been doing at the Biological Record Centre at UKCEH. And this will cover sort of the landscape of national scale biodiversity monitoring, and also some of my thoughts on how the work that we've been doing can help landscape scale conservation. So we all know that globally biodiversity is in trouble, and this is true for the UK as well. For example, more than 40% of UK species have seen their populations decline since 1970. And in order to bend this curve of biodiversity loss, we are going to need not only increased conservation effort, but also a fundamental change in our consumption and production patterns. So it's going to be really tough. And the UK governments have responded to this crisis with a series of policies that set out different strategies for nature recovery. But monitoring biodiversity is a fundamental step in achieving nature recovery, because we need to assess a level of the state of nature at the moment, and also track its changes to make sure that the interventions that we are putting in place on the ground are actually being effective. The Biological Record Centre has been a leader and pioneer in monitoring biodiversity for almost 60 years now. This figure was made for BRC's 50th anniversary, and you can see from the notes in red how much BRC has grown since then already. BRC works with 85 national recording schemes and societies that are mostly led by volunteers, collating species records from multiple sources, and also with 8 structured monitoring schemes that collect data using standardized repeated protocols. And all of this work and this collaboration has produced, as of 7 years ago, 96 million records of wildlife, which are available on the NBN. I'm sure it's grown a lot since then. And this has allowed BRC to produce more than 5,000 species trends, and also 120 atlases covering 10,000 species. So as you can see from this figure, the data covers a wide variety of taxa, from plants all the way up to vertebrates such as bats and birds. And it has been going on, this effort, for a very long time. Some of these data sets go back to 1960, and it has involved a huge number of people, especially the thousands of volunteers that collect the data in the field every year. So you can see how this is an amazing resource for monitoring biodiversity at a national scale, but we also need to be aware of the biases that are present in the data. And I'm really happy that some of the speakers today have already introduced this topic. So first of all, occurrence records are biased in space. You can see from the map on the left, this is a map of the records for a moth species. And you can see how patchy the distribution of record that is. And this happens for a couple of reasons, mainly because the recorders choose some sites over others, because they're closer to where they live, or maybe because they're particularly rich and diverse in their taxon of choice. And once we aggregate these data at a taxon level, we get very uneven recording effort in space. So you can see with the in the map on the right, this represents the number of visits done made to different sites to record damselflies and dragonflies since 2000. And you can see that the coverage is pretty good. Pretty much we have the whole of the UK covered, but recording intensity is very, very varied. We've got some sites that only received 1 visit since 2000, and some sites that have received more than 1,000 visits. Also, occurrence records can be biased in time, and this is a very well-known pattern in citizen science type data, with number of records increasing through time, some exponentially, as these activities became more popular with the general public. And obviously, ignoring this trend can lead us to the erroneous conclusion that species trends are increasing, when really it's just recording intensity that is increasing. And finally, there is the issue of effort and detectability. Effort, first of all, the detection is always imperfect, no matter what method you use to survey a site. And that means that a visit is almost never going to produce a complete list of all the species present in an area. And effort is really important, because the longer an observer spends searching, the more species are likely to be observed. But this is not reported in the majority of these data sets. Also, to complicate things even further, not everything that is observed actually gets recorded. As you can see from the bar chart on the right, the majority of records in these data sets are single species records, which is what we call an incidental record. Usually, it's an interesting species, maybe a rare species or a particularly charismatic one that was observed and reported, while common species are usually underreported. All of this makes it very difficult to infer absences from non-detections. And the whole of these biases and others that we know of and we can't quantify, and other biases that we probably don't even know of, make it very difficult to analyze this data to produce reliable trends of species distribution. But luckily, some methodological advances make it possible for us to derive some reliable trends from this data. This was a very important piece of work by my colleagues a few years ago, where they simulated some data that included some of these biases that I just talked about, and then tested the ability of different methods to account for these biases and derive reliable trends of biodiversity change. And you can see from these plots that the last model, the one on the far right in pink, actually does really well in all of these scenarios of bias when we look at the type 1 error rate. And it does so because it can reverse engineer the observation process and explicitly including terms that can account for all of these biases. And so it allows us to make accurate ecological inference and produce outputs that are relevant for national scale policy. For example, the UK biodiversity indicators in the State of Nature report, which is the most comprehensive assessment of UK biodiversity at the moment. Another example of this modeling framework applied to this data comes from this paper from 2019 from some of my colleagues. And they looked at trends in the UK pollinators on a national scale. So the graph on the left shows you the trends in occupancy for bees and hoverfly species, where occupancy is the proportion of sites that are occupied by a species. And here we're showing an average across all species of bees and hoverflies. So you can see that in both cases, in both taxas, there are declines over that time period, although there are some differences, with the bees declining quite sharply after 2007, while for the hoverflies, the biggest declines seem to have happened earlier in that time period, between the 80s and the year 2000, followed by a period of stability and then also a recovery towards the last few years. We can also use this modeling framework to investigate the effect of different drivers of species declines. And this is one example from my colleagues from 2016, where they looked at the effect of neonicotinoid insecticides on different bee species. So here I'm showing you just 3 examples of these 3 species. The red line indicates, it's basically the trend as estimated by the model for that species. And the blue line is what the trend would look like if the effect of neonicotinoids was none, if the neonicotinoids did not have an effect on species occupancy. So you can see that for the first 2 species, which are species that are known to feed on crops that are treated with neonicotinoids, the exposure to these insecticides has exacerbated their decline by about 20%. So quite a significant effect. Now, all of these studies and these efforts give us very good insights into what is going on for UK biodiversity. But we also have another great resource in our hands. As I said before, BRC works with 8 structured monitoring schemes as well. And these, for example, the UK Butterfly Monitoring Scheme, the National Plant Monitoring Scheme, and the bee walks from Bumblebee Conservation Trust. So there's, again, volunteers that are conducting all of these surveys, but the surveys are standardized protocols. So, for example, the volunteers will have to walk a fixed transect every year, multiple times a year. The latest structured monitoring scheme to join the family is the Pollinator Monitoring Scheme. This is a hugely successful program, and that's why I decided to focus on it a little bit. Again, there's thousands of volunteers involved in this scheme, and they conduct two surveys. One is the flower insect time counts, or FIT counts. where the volunteers are asked to count all insects that land on target flowers within a 50 by 50 centimeter patch during a 10-minute period. And the insects are identified at group level. So that means that there's no specialist ID skills required, and that opens it up to mass participation. And this was extremely popular during lockdown, with thousands of people submitting records from their back gardens or public parks. The second type of survey is the pan trap survey, where the volunteers set up these pan traps in a site, and then they collect all the specimens from the pan traps, and those are then sent to a lab for professional ID. So it's a more resource-intensive survey, but so it creates less data. But it's also, we get species-level data from this type of survey. So now we have two amazing sources of data: the very large unstructured data sets from citizen science schemes that contain some bias, and then we have the usually smaller but less biased data from a structure monitoring scheme. And so we asked the question, how can we make the most of both of these data sources? There are two ways that we can use data from multiple sources and to make inference in one inference. The first one is data merging, where we basically take two data sets, we just merge them together as they were one and feed them into the same model. This obviously completely disregards all of the differences between the two data sets. The second way is model-based data integration, where the two data sets are kept separate, and all of the differences in the way that these data sets were generated are described explicitly in two separate observation models. So, for example, we can integrate a large unstructured data set of presence-only data from a citizen science scheme that contains all of the biases that I've talked about before, with a smaller standardized data set from a monitoring scheme, for example, the pan trap data set. In this case, we only have a few hundred records from 75 sites that are randomly selected. And again, it's part of a standardized protocol, so there's no problem with uneven sampling effort. So these differences will be explicitly represented in the two different observation models that will describe this data. Really, the observation model for the pan trap data will only need to account for the fact that detection is imperfect. Not all of the pollinators that are flying around in a site will be caught by the pan traps. So it will estimate a detection probability. The observation model for the unstructured data really needs to do a lot more. It needs to be very much a model of recorded behavior that will include terms that will explain the spatial bias, the temporal bias, and the uneven effort. So I'm going to show you an example of an integrated model that we implemented for UK bumblebee species. We used two data sets, a large unstructured data set from the Bees and Wasps and Ants Recording Society. This is a huge data set. It has tens of thousands of records from thousands of sites. It contains a spatial and temporal bias and an uneven sampling effort. The other data set was the data collected through the Bee Walks scheme from the Bumblebee Conservation Trust. It is a structured data set because volunteers are asked to walk a fixed transect multiple times a year. And it contains less data. There's a few thousand records. And it still has some of the biases present in the unstructured data set because the number of records increases as these surveys became more popular, and also the location of the transects is chosen by the volunteer. The sizes of the data sets are quite different. You can see that the Bee Walks data set is pretty much 5 times as large as the Bee Walks, but the Bee Walks data set is actually quite a large one for a structured monitoring scheme. So we fitted an integrated model to both data sets, and then we fitted a similar model, but just to each data set alone. And then we compared them using the precision of parameter estimate. Precision is 1 divided by the standard deviation of the parameter estimated by the model, and it's a measure of uncertainty. So the higher the precision, the lower the uncertainty with which the model has estimated that parameter. In these graphs, you'll see the precision of parameter A, which is the year effect on occupancy. And on the y-axis, there is the precision of the parameter from the integrated model. and on the x-axis is the precision of the parameter from the single dataset models. So the black line with the shaded area is the regression line with the confidence intervals, and the dashed line is the one-to-one line. So if all the points in the regression line sit above that one-to-one line, it means that the integrated model is estimating that parameter more precisely than the single dataset model. And you can see that this is the case in both comparisons with the single dataset models. Although the biggest advantage is when we compare the integrated model with the BWalks only model, so the model that only contains the structured data. And this is down really just to sample size. The BWalks dataset is a much smaller dataset, so there's going to be a bigger advantage there. There are different benefits of using an integrated modeling framework. First of all, by combining multiple sources of data, we increase the quantity of data that is available. And so we make the most of all of the data out there. We can also translate between ecological currencies because we can integrate presence-only data with abundance data, for example. We can increase the spatial and temporal extent of inference. For example, we can use historical museum records to extend time series in the past. And also we derive more precise and accurate estimates of model parameters and therefore of species distributions or abundance parameters. So all of these methodological advances that I presented today have huge potential to contribute to the goal of nature recovery by providing a more robust way to assess the state of nature and also by making the most of the data that is available. But there are huge barriers to the uptake of these methods by the community of individuals and organizations that are actually tasked with nature recovery on the ground. And one of the biggest barriers is a lack of knowledge, skills, and resources to implement these methods. That's why we need a knowledge exchange effort to close this gap between these methodological advances developed by the academic community and the organizations that are tasked with making nature recovery happen on the ground. And this is the focus of my knowledge exchange fellowship, bringing the data revolution to nature recovery, which was recently funded by NERC and has the support of lots of different organizations, including you guys at Kent Wildlife Trust. Through a series of workshops and stakeholder consultations, I will try and understand the needs of the stakeholder community and identify a set of priorities that will be taken forward to the next phase of the fellowship, which will really be focused on the production of knowledge exchange products so that will make it possible for all of these tools and methods to be accessible by the end users. And this means different things. For example, we'll be able to use cloud computing platforms to share reproducible workflows and scripts, and also give access to computing power, which is also one of the barriers when we're dealing with methods that are so computationally intensive. And also the development of user interfaces to data or model outputs to make them more accessible and more customizable as well. And ultimately, my hope is to create a long-lasting community of practice around data science for nature recovery, which will facilitate the exchange of ideas and knowledge, and ultimately promote the use of science to assess the state of nature and design effective management strategies for nature recovery. So, in conclusion, the millions of occurrence records that the Biological Records Centre has been collating for almost 60 years are a fantastic resource to monitor biodiversity at a national scale. And although the data is biased and presents some challenges for analysis, the new methodological advances make it possible to make accurate ecological inference from this data and allowed us to derive outputs from this data that has been relevant for national scale policy, for example, the UK biodiversity indicators. But we also have another great resource in our hands, the data from the structured monitoring schemes that we work with, and that produce less biased data, unbiased data on wildlife presence and abundance. And the integrated modeling framework gives us the opportunity to make the most of both of these data sources. And I believe this is where the biggest opportunities for this work to contribute to landscape scale assessments of biodiversity lie, because the integrated modeling framework allows us to increase the quantity of data available for smaller scale assessments. And also it can help in the informing the setting up of structured monitoring schemes on the ground. For example, our work could contribute to answering questions such as how much structured data is enough structured data. And thanks to the Knowledge Exchange Fellowship, we will be able to close this gap between these advances in data science and the community of stakeholders that are tasked with making nature recovery happen on the ground. And finally, I just wanted to say some thanks. I wanted to thank all the recording schemes and societies and all the volunteers that actually created this amazing resource over the years. David Roy and Nick Isaac for presentation material. I want to thank all the partner organizations in the Knowledge Exchange Fellowship, because without their support, it just wouldn't have happened at all. You guys and Paul for the opportunity to give this talk to you today. And thank you all for listening. I'm really looking forward to hearing your questions and thoughts on this. Thank you.
Brilliant. Thank you so much, Francesca, for sharing your thinking around this with us. And yeah, it's a massively exciting project that you're about to kick off, and we are so thrilled to be a part of that. So thank you to you for enabling that also.
Thank you.
Right, so now as we only have one guest speaker this afternoon, we had some time scheduled to address both guest speakers in terms of questions. So are there any questions from the audience from what Francesca has just shared with us? I did see a comment from Kathy actually while you were speaking, Francesca, which was a question about the data that you presented around hoverflies and whether that sort of uptick in the trend which suggests recovery was related to the publication of a hoverfly guide.
Yeah.
I don't know if you have any thoughts you want to share on that one.
Yeah, that is a really good point, actually. So I've talked about the sort of bias in time of this data and the fact that records increase generally through time, and how the model is able to deal with that bias because it estimates a detection probability that is not fixed and changes through time. Although we only tested this on gradual changes through time. We actually still don't know how the models are able to cope with pulse changes, for example, exactly the release of a new guide, for example. There's still some knowledge gaps that need to be addressed. But generally, for gradual changes, these models are pretty good at dealing with that.
Okay, we have got another one here. How do you feel about the comparison between the open national data sets available through resources such as the Biological Record Centre against the collection of records from local environmental record centres, which tend to vary so much from county to county?
Yeah, I don't know very much about this, I have to say, because I've only worked with the big national data sets, so I don't have much experience with that. But I do know that we are at the moment producing some indicators for country level. I think someone in our team is working at biodiversity indicators for Wales, and they are in this piece of work. They are working with incorporating data from local record centre into the national biodiversity data sets. So it is work that is in progress. I'm not entirely sure, it's not finished, so I'm not entirely sure how it's going. But yeah, soon there will be some output doing that. Yeah.
Brilliant, thank you. We have a question from Pete Tomlin, who has asked if there's a list of who's involved in the knowledge exchange, who are the stakeholders, and if it is still possible for other organisations to be involved.
Absolutely, yes, please. The more the merrier.
Pete might be keen. Pete's from Sheffield.
Yeah, no, absolutely, yes. There's it's actually a relatively small group of core partners that I have at the moment. Very motivated though, but yeah, I think the first phase of the fellowship will really try and expand on that to get as many views as possible, and yeah, as many ideas as possible. So yeah, brilliant.
So yes, Pete, and we can link you up with Francesca to discuss further on that one. And I have another question. In the integrated models, is the structured data used to reduce the noise from the, is the structured data used to reduce the noise from the unstructured data?
Yeah, that is the, that's the principle, really. Basically, the idea is that because we've got this, the unstructured data sets are huge and they cover pretty much the whole of the national territory. So they are incredible in that way, but they are really biased. The structured data set that are really high quality, although quality is I find an unhelpful word, but they are, they're less biased, although there's very, very little of them. It doesn't cover the whole area. Sometimes it's not representative, but it is less biased. So the idea is that the integrated modeling framework will be able to borrow the strength from both data sets, so the high coverage, temporal and spatial coverage from the unstructured data sets, and the fact that the structured data set is unbiased. So the idea is that even a small quantity of structured data will be able to correct to some extent some of the biases present in the unstructured data. The question now is how much structured data do we need for it to add value to the huge unstructured data sets? And it's a question that we're still exploring, but we should have some answers soon, hopefully. Stay tuned.
Brilliant. Paul, you have your hand up.
Yeah, I just wondered, Francesca, if it's possible to say anything about the smallest scale at which it might be possible to use these kind of models to produce trend assessments. I'm thinking generally about county scale, but is it likely to be possible to look at sub-county scale areas, or is that likely to be out of scope of the data sets?
I don't have a clear answer to that. So the two things that probably are going to influence it is how much data is available at that scale. And the other one is the spatial resolution, because the unstructured data sets really they're really only as precise as 1 kilometer, the location of all the records. So it depends. If we make the extent to smaller and smaller, then is that resolution going to tell us anything about it? So that's sort of the limiting factor, as well as the quantity of data available. So I guess it will really depend on a case-by-case basis. If there's loads of different structure schemes in a small area, for example, or it's a small area that is where recorders from these citizen science schemes are particularly active, then it might be enough. In other areas, it might not. So I guess it depends is the very unhelpful answer there.
Oh, that's great. It's I think what we knew starting out with Nature Sure Connected is the whole landscape scale monitoring is so much in its infancy. There are a lot of things yet to be developed, and it's great that this is all going to help with that. Kathy has said the framework is great. Thank you, Kathy.
Thank you.
Any thoughts on models for embedding it as a core working practice in the conservation sector in the inevitable absence of long-term funding and any interest from DEFRA or Natural England. Paul, would you like to pick that up with your thoughts?
Yes. I guess we were going to talk vaguely about this in the kind of roundup session.
Yeah.
I certainly think there are opportunities to try and embed this for us in Kent in the creation and monitoring of the local nature recovery strategy. But beyond that, no, we haven't got any further. The last 3 years of my life have been leading up to today and disseminating the framework. We haven't got further than that yet. So yes, beyond thinking it might be a sensible thing to do, no, we don't have any further thoughts, I'm afraid, at the moment.
I guess now we have published the framework and it is accessible to the sector, and that includes our statutory bodies as well. Then yeah, that is all there to feed into the various things as they develop. And as Paul says, local nature recovery strategies and the evolving policy around them is key to that going forwards. I'm not actually sure if we've got anyone from Natural England or DEFRA on the webinar today. Can't remember if we had anyone on the attendee list. But yes, please do, as friends and colleagues, please do feel free to share it with your local DEFRA or Natural England and other contacts. That would be great. Okay, brilliant. Do we have any other questions, either for Francesca or more broadly relating to the framework as has been described today in the earlier sessions? If we don't, then we can move on to the next steps bit, which I think I'm going to hand over to you, Paul, for again briefly.
Thank you, Chloe. Am I sharing the right screen?
Yes, that all looks good.
Excellent. Okay. I just want to first just say a huge thank you to Francesca. Thank you so much for coming along. That was really interesting. We're obviously really excited to work with you, and I'm really excited about the potential of those approaches, especially thinking right back to 3 years ago when we ran the first workshops as part of this project. And so many stakeholders asking us, well, why don't we just get the national data sets and use them? And it turning out to be a little more complicated than that. And you know, we haven't answered it in the last 3 years, but we know what we need to do in order to be able to use those data sets. So thank you very much for coming and for the opportunity. So yeah, we just wanted to kind of round things off by talking a bit about next steps and project legacy. I'm afraid I've only got one slide here, but lots of things to say. So hopefully there's enough interest on this one slide. So the project Nature Shore Connected developed this practical framework structured around these logical steps to inform the creation of monitoring objectives and programs. And we hope that by adopting, testing and developing the approaches we've presented, that the conservation community in general can benefit from and work to further advance practice in evidencing outcomes of landscape scale conservation. By doing so, more and better evidence, the outcomes of landscape scale conservation can be gathered, and it will enable us to be better informed and improve decision making going forward. And I think a common theme that I think many people share is that by adopting common approaches, if we're all singing from the same hymn sheet, doing the same thing, the collective power of evidence gathered using consistent standardized approaches can really maximize the effect that it can have in policy and practice in conservation. Just imagine if we were all doing the same thing, even just within the wildlife trust movement, for example, if every trust could say, X, Y, and Z is happening on our reserves by having used the same approach. That would just have an immense power. So the things that we've talked about today, under the theme of more land managed for wildlife. So we've developed this blueprint for a tool to enable the capture of data that we hope others might look at and think that's a useful model that we could adopt ourselves. But really, to maximize the potential benefit, I think we need a single platform shared and used consistently by the conservation community nationally. We used to have something a bit like this in the form of BARS, which is the Biodiversity Action Reporting System, which is no longer a thing. So we'll continue to use our tool in Kent and to develop it. We think others can benefit from applying the approach locally elsewhere, but we really would welcome the development of a nationally applicable tool, and I think that would be immensely powerful. Moving on to the better theme around habitat quality. So you might perhaps be thinking, oh, well, look, Kent Wildlife Trust just bought a fancy drone and played with it. Well, yes, we did. This project was the opportunity for us to do that. But in doing so, I hope that we have, through our framework, provided some useful guidance to help others along that journey that we hope will prove useful. But as we've alluded to, we think that there is a need to establish some common metrics and common protocols to using the remote sensing approach to assess habitat quality and other things as well. We've kind of been involved in some work to take that forward, and I know that other people in the audience have been involved in similar kinds of things. I guess the dream is that one day we would have a common standards monitoring using remote sensing type approach. But there probably is a key role for scientists and specialist remote sensing practitioners to play in the development of such an approach. On the theme of connectivity, so we think that by combining modelling with field survey to validate those predictions, that this offers an effective means to assess landscape scale connectivity beyond simply modelling the potential or theoretical likelihood of landscapes providing enhanced connectivity. And I think we're quite pleased with the field survey approach that we came up with, although we recognise that it's not perfect. But we hope that by adopting criteria for selecting suitable indicator species and by taking it forward and kind of further enhancing the ecological meaningfulness of occupancy data by not just looking at kind of new instances of occupancy by species in previously unoccupied patches, but by starting to look at evidence of species actually completing stages of their life cycle in newly occupied patches, that gathering robust evidence of actual functional real connectivity can become routine. This was something that we aspired to in the project, but we were thwarted by COVID. We had hoped to in a following season to start looking at the food plants of the Adonis Blue and for evidence of stages of life cycle for eggs and larvae, as well as just adults on the wing. Unfortunately, we weren't able to do that in the project timeframe, but I think there's great potential there. And then going forward, we think that in the creation and monitoring of a nature recovery network for Kent, we think there is great application of this approach to be able to determine whether or not a nature recovery network or nature recovery strategy, sorry, is actually having the desired effect by improving connectivity within the landscape. So coming back to the whole biodiversity trend assessment theme that we've just heard a bit about, we didn't quite get to where we wanted to be with the assessment of species distributions at landscape scale in our farmer cluster approach. But we think we trialed an approach and we think it has potential, but there is a need for further validation. We've mapped distributions at a landscape scale, or at least demonstrated the kind of proof of concept, I suppose. But we recognise that further validation is needed to be able to make that link and to calibrate the link between occupancy and abundance. But if it can be shown to work, then I think that, as is true for so many other things, monitoring the spatial distribution or occupancy of things can be a really useful proxy for abundance that we can take forward. But as we've just heard, and as so many of you, our stakeholders, told us right at the start, we've got this existing data, and if we can use it, then we should use it. There's no point replicating effort. But the potential application of existing national data sets appears to offer a really sustainable and powerful statistical approach. And really, it seems that this potential should really be fully explored as a priority before we all start undertaking more field survey. Moving on again then to the ecosystem function section. The monitoring approach that we tested in chapter 8 of our framework quantified a difference in the abundance of invertebrates against a baseline data set that exists for the whole of the UK. It's not just Kent, that data exists for the whole of the UK. We think that this has great potential to add to the growing body of evidence for invertebrate decline. Well, I'm hesitating to say declines now, but for changes in invertebrate numbers, because they're not all declining, and provide a metric for the functional provision by invertebrates within ecosystems. There's a lot more to be developed in that approach. But beyond that, the assessment of the plethora of ecosystem functions more widely is a key area in need of further development that was just out of scope for us to look at. There's obviously a wealth of ecosystem functions and a need to be able to develop and use approaches for a whole bunch of other stuff going forward. So that was the project. That's what we did. And I hope this next bit will sort of answer the question we had earlier on, like where are we going now? So the first thing is around a project that we're calling the Evidence Emergency. So Kent Wildlife Trust is now working in partnership with both Gloucestershire Wildlife Trust and Sheffield and Rotherham Wildlife Trust to develop this Evidence Emergency project to disseminate learning from collective experience with this overall aim of trying to create a long-term change programme within the Wildlife Trust movement to enable us all to be able to access rigorous standardised evidence protocols, and with the aim of the Wildlife Trust movement being recognised as one of the leaders in evidence-led conservation. So Kent, Gloucestershire and Sheffield all have dedicated evidence teams now, lots of experience, but we recognise that many other trusts and many other organisations have valuable knowledge and methods and experience to contribute to this. I think at the moment we've got another 12 trusts who've expressed an interest, and we're very much hoping to put this project together to be able to share the collective learning from not just Nature Shore Connected, but the work that Kathy Meakin at Gloucester Wildlife Trust has done around spatial mapping of habitat quality attributes, and at Sheffield around data management solutions, to be able to, I guess we're developing our own knowledge exchange fellowship, if we want to grandly call it that, to take that forward. Moving on, one of the partnerships that we developed through the project that we haven't covered in the presentation today was with conservationevidence.com, the initiative led by Bill Sutherland at the University of Cambridge. So the project enabled Kent Wildlife Trust to have the resources to undertake a review of our conservation practice against the evidence for its effectiveness, and enabled us to achieve accreditation as a conservation evidence champion through the Conservation Evidence initiative. Further to that, we have ended up taking a role as joint chair in something called the Evidence in Conservation Practice Working Group, which is a group of global conservation practitioners and funders working together collaboratively to better integrate evidence use in conservation, both funding and practice. And through this, we've been contributing to a number of initiatives to better integrate evidence use in conservation practice. They include things like how can we improve conservation effectiveness through the routine testing of management interventions? There is there are huge gaps in the evidence base and huge opportunities for practitioner organisations like us to contribute to filling those gaps by testing the effectiveness of interventions that we do. There's many things that we do that there isn't necessarily evidence for, or in fact the evidence suggests that they might even be, those interventions might be harmful or at best ineffective. We've been involved in work around planning practical evidence-based decision making within the time constraints that we all face working in conservation, and around embracing learning from failure in conservation. So those things are, the various outputs from those things are slowly making their way out into the public domain, and the Evidence in Conservation Practice Working Group is now focused on a series of subgroups around establishing ways for practitioners to share experience and results outside of the kind of peer review sphere, I suppose, looking at frameworks to incorporate evidence into planning, monitoring and evaluation, and platforms for better communication and collaboration between scientists and practitioners. So if that sounds like something you'd like to be involved in, then do get in touch. Almost there now. So the next thing that we're taking learning from Nature Shore Connected forward into a State of Nature in Kent report. So I know that various people in the audience have been involved in producing these off the back of the National State of Nature reports for counties at county scale. So Kent Wildlife Trust have now been commissioned to produce a State of Nature in Kent report by the Kent Nature Partnership, which will build on the existing evidence base that we have and draw together information using the approaches we developed through this project, for example, on how much land is managed positively for wildlife in Kent, and around trying to demonstrate improvements in functional connectivity within the landscape of Kent. And lastly, and somewhat predictably, nature recovery networks and local nature recovery strategies. So Kent Wildlife Trust is assisting in the coordination, development and delivery of the local nature recovery strategy for Kent, which presents, as I've alluded to earlier, an opportunity to try and embed the learning from this project in the establishment of an effective monitoring programme for that. And that, I think, is it.
Brilliant. Thank you, Paul. We didn't need more than one slide. That was a fantastic overview of the massive potential there is to build upon this project, all in collaboration with others in our conservation community and beyond. So thank you very much for that. We have a question from Adrian, who was asking about the catchment-based approach, mapping approach that's being led by the Rivers Trust, and how that could be perhaps built upon to work towards that vision of a national approach that you were talking about in reference to our landscape tool. So I don't know if you know of the Rivers Trust catchment-based approach and mapping approach, or if you have any thoughts on that, Paul.
No, I don't know about that approach, I'm afraid. It's something that perhaps I should now look into.
Yeah, I think it would be good to look into. Obviously, it will be more focused towards the wet environments. But yeah, certainly utilising our national partners and stakeholders who have that reach and can perhaps learn from us as well is definitely a next step that we should explore. Do we have any further questions at all on anything before I go on to wrap up? I'm going to take that as a no. Oh, what I must first do, actually, we have a poll, as I mentioned at the very beginning, for those of you who were there at the very beginning, which would be amazing if everyone could participate within. It's 4 very brief questions about the conference and what we might or might not have taken away from it. So I'm going to launch that now. And then hopefully you can view those questions. I'll just give a few minutes for people to do that, and then I will continue with wrapping up, and I'll leave it live until the end. Hopefully everyone can actually see those questions. I don't know how it displays to everyone else. Fabulous.
Before you do your little wrap up, Chloe, just before I lose the opportunity to say anything, I would just like to say thank you very much to everybody for coming along. Thank you for your interest and attending. I hope you got something useful out of it. Please don't hesitate to get in touch with us if you do want to know any more about anything that we've presented today.
Brilliant. Thank you, Paul.
I've just seen a question from Pete there. Are there any printed copies available? No, afraid not, Pete. They're all online. We decided against producing printed copies because we felt a PDF would be sufficient.
It's quite a significant document as well. So yeah, I don't know where we would store those if we had actually had gone down that route. But yeah, hopefully all very accessible online. Okay, brilliant. Right, I'll leave that poll running until we finish, and I will just wrap up very briefly. I just wanted to again say thank you to Francesca for joining us today. It's been great to have that kind of external insight into landscape scale monitoring, and as we've said time and time again, we are so excited about working with you going forwards. So thank you. Thank you again to HLF, without whom this project would not have been possible. We've had 3 years of funding, and as I say, it's a big day today, wrapping this up finally. And also thank you to the Nature's Shore Connected project team for providing this fantastic overview today of the practical framework that has been developed over the last 3 years. Yeah, it has been an awful lot of work over those 3 years. So well done, and congratulations on publishing the framework, which I know is going to be read by many and evolve from here on in, hopefully. The project has really formed some solid foundations in how we develop mapping tools, how we expand collective capabilities around modelling and remote sensing, how we utilise existing engagement mechanisms like farmer clusters, and how we evolve citizen science initiatives, all to inform the development of monitoring of landscape scale conservation. It seems ever more important that further investment is directed to the legacy of this project to build upon the work that we're all striving to deliver, and all of us adequately monitor as well. You have a real urgent need to meaningfully restore nature at scale, and we need to be able to have the approaches at our hands in order to assess that and monitor that as we go. Yes, collaboration, we all know, is massively important, and has been demonstrated through this project, again, key to developing common approaches to monitoring at a landscape scale if they're to be robust, fit for purpose, and in reach of conservation practitioners. The framework that we've presented here today, and that we hope you'll all be taking away to look at further, has been a huge collaborative effort involving many key stakeholders. I'm still wowed by the numbers that we had informing the development of this framework. So over 100 conservation organisations fed into that initial development all those years ago now. And as we've been evolving various work streams as well. So we're truly grateful for that. But yeah, collaboration is at the heart of this all going forwards. It is a huge advancement towards best practice. It has been evidence-led, and it has provided a collection of guidance and case studies. And as I said earlier, it's a hugely solid foundation to build upon. But we do recognise that it is not fully comprehensive. It's not designed to meet every conceivable need of every organisation. And it's certainly not the only solution that we are putting forward to developing landscape scale monitoring going forwards. There are many challenges ahead, but this is really massive progress. And the project team really welcome constructive feedback based upon the framework that we've set out through this project. We really encourage you to read the practical framework from here on in, and to test, adopt and develop the approaches that are within it. And also, most importantly, probably, is to form the networks and share your experience and learning, and to develop further the best practice in monitoring outcomes of landscape scale conservation. So thank you all for spending the day with us. As Paul said, we hope it has been useful for you and that you will go forward and work with us to develop and evolve some of the approaches within our framework. You should have the links to access the framework, and we will forward a recording of this conference along with all the contacts for our panelists as well after the conference has ended. So that is it really. Thank you so much for coming today, and we hope to discuss further with you the outputs of this project going forwards.